Hi. Oh my goodness. Look at all you guys in here. I just got to the party. Hey, you sweetheart. How you doing? Great to see you. Hello, 65 CJ5. You guys were the early birds. Everybody else is going to start funneling in now because we got new cases. Yeah. Hi, Philip. Oh my goodness. So happy you could make it. Yeah. Oh, I love you. You're the best. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh my goodness, all of my friends are here. Oh, you guys are amazing. I'm so happy to see you. And I am so excited. Oh my goodness. Hi. Well, I didn't know if I was going to have internet today or not. It was a gamble whether or not it would come back up. Thank you, Spectrum. Oh my. Hey, Tim. Great to see you. I'm so happy you made it. Golly, you guys are the best. The Mama Jamma. Yes. Oh my goodness. This is my favorite part. When I come on and all of you guys start funneling in and saying hello and I get to greet you. Seriously, my favorite part of the whole day. Yes. Oh my God. Okay. So you all know about my neighbor, my like newest, bestest real life friend that doesn't speak a whole lot of English, and I don't speak hardly any Spanish, so we have to use the Google Translator. So today is fun with Google Translator. My daughter has to sell those candy bars. I've got several left, so when she was over here, I asked her if she would like to buy one. And so she picked out a couple. And I don't know what she was saying in Spanish. But the translator, I know she was trying to say, I would like to buy these two, but I don't know exactly what verbiage she was using. Or why the translator translated it into, I would like to buy these farts. Thank you. So that was the fun with that for the day. I laughed so hard. I was like buckled over. I couldn't stand up for a good 3 minutes. My stomach hurt, my face hurt, and you could tell she was laughing really hard, but she was embarrassed that it would even do that. And it's like, don't be embarrassed. Seriously, you have nothing to be embarrassed for. It's Google Translator, not you. I know you didn't want to buy farts. Oh my goodness. Hi, Lori. Great to see you. Bubba. Oh, it's my Bubba the bird. He's come to see me. Did you really do that on purpose? Oh, I love you. Seriously, that is so cool. Yeah, yeah, we've had some serious fun just because of that app. And I told her at one point, either she had said it or I think maybe her boyfriend had said it, like, about how most people, the reason she doesn't have very many friends is because most people don't have the patience for the translator app. And so after that happened, I of course, you had to use the translator app, but I said, The other day you told me that most people don't have patience for the translator app, but I don't think we could have had any more fun than what we have. It's just, it really is the best time with very little effort. It's constant entertainment, kind of like this. I have so much fun with you guys. I absolutely love it. So, anyways, yeah, well, she's actually from Colombia and her boyfriend is from Mexico. So, another thing that she translated was, "You are a fool, just like Bobby." That's not what she meant. But she said how she speaks Spanish and Bobby speaks Spanish, yet they don't speak in a way that either one can understand each other completely. And I said to her, even if I don't understand you, I'm really glad that you understand me, because even if the translator screws something up, she figures it out. Me, on the other hand, I'll guess. Most things I can figure out, but there are just some things that translator does that are like incomprehensible. It's just, no, she buys farts. Yeah, and we don't need a translator. Not yet. You wait until I've gone way too long without sleep, and you'll be wishing you had a translator for me. Oh, thank you, Baba. Yeah, isn't that the truth? Yeah, yep, you will. I know you will. Where's Palmyra? Palmyra would just voice over my voiceover. Oh my goodness, I love Palmyra. Same price as the candy bars, $2 a piece. There are people who buy farts in a jar. I've heard of it. I don't understand it, but apparently it's a thing. GUT. Can you translate that? Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I can remember some good times where I stayed up way too long. And you'd have thought I was drunk. And I wasn't. I was sober as a deacon. But my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Oh. You guys are too much. Mary, welcome to the party. Are you sure you want to do this, Mary? It's not too late. Get out while you can. Laura. Hi, Laura. Great to see you. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy you made it. All right, guys. We have a case to finish. Do we start it over? We didn't get very far into it. But do we start it over or do we? I don't even know the bookmark point of where we were. Yeah, that happens. Well, if you have a fat gut, you're going to have fat fingers. Oh my gosh. Oh, hi. Welcome. I'm so happy to see you. Oh, they have me laughing so hard that I'm crying already and we haven't even done anything. Oh. Oh, yes. Oh my golly. I was so tired. I was mad when the internet went down, but I don't know if I'd have made it the whole way through. I'll be honest. My eyes were drooping. Everything was drooping. Oh my gosh. It's been a hilarious, 3 minutes I've been on? No, 13 minutes. Oh my gosh. I looked at the clock. I thought I started at 11, but I started 10 minutes earlier than that. Yeah. Oh, I love you to pieces. Hi, Linda. Hi. Good to see you. You were happy that the internet went down so you could get some sleep. Sorry, I don't mean to keep you up. Well, I kind of do mean it, but I use that line. Oh, yes, yes. I didn't say in the chat. I said on me. I'm getting up. I'm getting up there. Oh. Hi, Damon. Welcome. Yes, happy freedom. Happy Freedom Day. Oh. Yeah, and then scrambled to make it work on my phone because I didn't have StreamYard on that. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said it. I said it. Please don't clip it, but I said it. Oh. All right, we're going to get rolling. I'm going to put that clip back on from last night. We'll do that one. It's a happy story. It actually is. It's a very happy story. And I kind of just, we do a lot of the crazy stuff, and I've got some crazy stuff after it. Don't worry. They created a monster. It's 11:05. It's Central Time here. Oh, don't forget to turn your clocks back if you're somewhere that does daylight savings time. Not everywhere does it. Do they? I don't think so. Is that something unique to here, like to the US? And not all US states do it, do they? Am I crazy? You're on a short break and you chose to spend it with us? Oh, you are so sweet. That blows my mind. It really does. I just, you know, I don't think that I don't know that I've ever had this many friends all at one time in my whole life. I don't know if I've had this many friends in my whole life. Yeah, well, I know the Maricopa County sheriff. The Maricopa County sheriff was really against it for a long time. He was speaking out about it. I'm pretty sure that was him. No, I clicked unhide for that. Oh, Arizona and Hawaii doesn't do it. Oh, really? Did they pass something that it's going away? Is it going away? What can't I say anymore? That I don't have friends? That I've never had this many friends? I've got so many friends now. And they're absolutely astonishingly cool. What part of California are you in? Northern, SoCal, or Southern? Or no, not Southern. That's SoCal. Oh my goodness, my brain was broke. Brain brokey. Oh, the chat comedian. You're so funny. You are. I have heard something to that effect before. This is not the first time. Bunches and bunches of people I love. Oh, wow. Well, welcome to the party. I hope you stay a while. Wow, that's been a long time. I knew what you meant, Linda. Okay, guys. If I don't hit the present button, it may never happen because I will just sit here and laugh at you guys being so dang funny all the time. All right. Go. Oh my gosh, I got so much editing done. If I wanted to, I could do a 24-hour stream. I am not kidding. What did I name it? Okay. What did I name it? Oh, that's what I named it. I love you guys.
Thank you. Please be seated. Do we have anyone on Zoom? Is there anyone on Zoom? Oh, Mr. Perry, I got to get on Zoom. One moment. Sometimes this cooperates, sometimes it
We're
doesn't.
gonna do it.
What did I say yesterday? It usually takes 9 clicks for me to get through.
He's so irritated about those 9
just to
clicks.
get through to Sam Perry. All right, give me a thumbs up, Mr. Perry. Okay,
I love this hippie judge.
Connected.
I do. I love him.
So we're all on the same page. The more preliminary hearing involving Figueroa and Granucci. You're going to another department.
Can't be in two places at one time, so
What?
I can't be in two places at one time, so I'm ready on.
Sometimes you can't be in one place at one time.
I try though.
All right. All right, so we'll do this first, and then you got to go to 6.
Got it.
Okay. We should let the...
So the clock falls back. So does that mean you guys get me for an extra hour? By the end of this, I'm going to be plump loopy.
Clerk and 6 know that Granucci's finishing up one.
We already did that, Judge.
You did? I should have known. You know, I got one of the 20 best bailiffs in this courthouse.
Top 20.
No, he's way better than that. All right, so let's call the matter of People versus Devin Scott Quinn for the people.
Preston Schaub.
Mr. Schaub, good afternoon. And for defense,
Jim Granucci.
good afternoon again, Mr. Granucci. Mr. Quinn is present in custody. Mr. Perry is here on Zoom. This is here for sentencing. Are we going to proceed this afternoon?
Yes.
Is there any legal cause?
Yes, I want to call, my client has some words for the court.
Okay, are they nice words?
They're, I think they're very inspiring.
Okay, he'd like to address the court?
No, I have questions for him.
Okay,
You're
this
correct.
is all very mysterious, but okay.
He wants to tell you about what he's done since he's been in
Yes.
custody.
Oh, that's
and
fine.
why you should reinstate his probation.
Well, my question to you is there any legal cause why we cannot proceed?
There is no.
There is no legal cause. Okay. A waive arraignment for judgment
do.
of sentence. Very well. Certainly, Mr. Quinn, I will listen to you, but let me first ask the people, are the people ready to proceed?
We are.
Is there anything, and I will come right back to you, Mr. Quinn, anything you want to tell me from the people's perspective?
All the information that I have to provide the court is documented in probation's report, and primarily it's the history of the procedure and how we got here today, and the basis for the violations that were put forth and found true at the violation hearing. So I don't have anything to add other than what's already contained in the paperwork.
Thank you. Mr. Perry, anything from the probation department that you'd like to add or submit?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, let me ask Mr. Granucci and Mr. Quinn, who would like to go first?
Well, I want to preface his testimony with a couple of comments, and then I'll have some comments after he testifies.
Okay, well, I don't consider this testimony, but this is, let's call it information and argument to the court. Mr. Granucci, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. I was assigned Mr. Quinn's case in July of 2022.
Okay.
And I went out to see Mr. Quinn in July after being assigned the case. And he was a much different person when I first went out and met him. I described him as a caveman when I saw him. He had been homeless for roughly over 10 years, living a lot of that time on the streets of Davis. And that can be documented.
I called this clip caveman sentencing. I really liked that part. I described him as a caveman.
And the facts of the supporting evidence for why he is where he's at today, meaning the first-degree burglary and the receiving stolen property. When I tried to interview him, I couldn't interview him. I couldn't communicate with him because of his homelessness, because of his drug usage, and because of his mental illness.
Did you declare a doubt?
I did, and I'm going to ask the court to take a look at Dr. Siggins' report that's contained. He was found
Fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches, Elvis.
incompetent, and then after being in custody for about 6 to 8 weeks, he started to come around, because it was really the first time he had constant meals, a bathroom to use, a bed to sleep in,
Me
warmth, and medical service. And so I'd asked the court that's kind of my observations of Mr. Quinn when I first met him. He's been in custody the entire time, except for about 10 to 14 days when he was transported to Walter's house. Something happened at Walter's house and he was discharged. What he did is he didn't try to run. When he was discharged, he went to the store, bought a pack of cigarettes, and went and sat at probation's stoop over at the old courthouse all night long until 8:30 in the morning, when he turned himself into his probation officer, and has been back in custody since. Okay.
Food time does
Should
not
he
change.
sit here?
even if the
Can I
clock-
ask some questions here? Or would you rather have him in the witness stand?
Oh, you're going to be asking questions? Okay. You said something happened at Walter's house and he was discharged.
That's the problem. There's allegations that are contained in the report. We never had a hearing. I was never provided who the alleged victim was. I was never provided any police reports, but it's really not relevant to this hearing because he was discharged from AIC. That was the AIC. He was put on.
I heard stories about Elvis that he was such a generous man, and like when people would shake his hand or approach him, he was never rude. He never got a big head about him. Like one time he just took his ring off and handed it to a lady just because. Like I heard he had a really big heart. Oh my goodness. I make the best peanut butter fudge. I actually make really darn good fudge in general from scratch.
Probation in April of this year.
Okay.
Okay. So that's kind of from April to today, but I think the court has to know where Mr. Quinn has been and where he plans to go.
That's fine.
And that the discharge from AIC is a sore spot for me because I was told that AIC was a privilege and there was really no repercussions. And so we didn't do a hearing. We went forward in April. He accepted responsibility for the first-degree burglary, and he was put on probation for 2 years with a 4-year suspended term. It's all in writing with the requirement that he do residential treatment.
Well, really,
That's
and
Biden's
I'm
job.
interested to hear this background, but the issue before me is frankly limited to the violation of probation that occurred.
Right. But
And what should be done as a result of that.
I understand.
All right, but go ahead and keep Mr. Quinn where he is. Use the mic, and Mr. Quinn, you use the mic as well. Mr. Granucci is going to ask you some questions, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Schaub to ask questions if he wishes, okay? I actually have a better view of Mr. Quinn here than I do if he's sitting to my side.
That's right. Mr. Quinn, how old are you?
39.
And prior to you going into custody in July of 2022, where do you reside?
I've been homeless since I was 17 years old.
Let's pull that mic a little closer to Mr. Quinn. Thank you.
You've
That's
been homeless
awesome.
since you were 17.
17, sir.
Do you have any mental health issues?
I'm ADHD, manic depressive, bipolar with rage factor.
Do you have
Nothing about
prior to July of 2022 were using drugs.
Yes, sir.
What was your drug
Never
of
had
choice?
Methamphetamine.
In July, where were you living?
July, I was living on the streets,
Where on the streets?
on Davis, on next to the side of the freeway.
You remember being arrested for a first-degree burglary in July of 2022?
I remember coming to in jail.
What do you mean you remember coming to the jail?
I remember waking up in jail, basically. I don't remember, it was kind of a blur before then.
What happened when you got to jail?
I immediately sought out mental health services and tried to get, and sought out any other treatment options that I could possibly get my hands on before entering AIC.
Do you remember meeting me in July of 2022?
Kind of.
You remember going to court with me in July and August of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me declaring a doubt and you talking to Dr. Siggins?
Yes, sir.
So sorry.
Would it be fair to say that in July, when you arrived at the jail, was that the first time you'd slept in a bed in some time?
Yes, sir.
How long?
Since I was 17. I've been on
We actually had a pretty decent long discussion about that last night, Damon. that we don't so much have a drug problem in the United States as much as we have a mental health problem that's not being correctly diagnosed, not being correctly treated. And so people are turning to drugs to self-medicate. That was a whole conversation. But yes, you are absolutely correct. The mental health crisis in the United States is just unbelievable. I don't know the fix for it, but no one can convince me that there isn't one.
the streets.
How did it make you feel in jail?
It makes me highly anxious.
Describe that.
My mind races a lot. I have a hard time focusing. The meds are helping, but it's just a process.
Since you've
I'll
been
share
in
my
custody,
secrets.
have you been medicated?
I got a hold of mental health services within the first month that I was here and had them start my medication, and have been constantly in contact with them to this day to have them update my medication and find substances that work.
What medications are you currently on?
I'm on 2 mood stabilizers, Brimrod, Stratera, and I think that's it right now.
Do you have any health problems?
Yes, sir. I'm legally blind in my left eye. I have chronic foot issues with both my feet that were operated on when I was 15 and I was 16. I can't stand on my feet for long periods of time, and I have a severe bowel obstructing hernia.
So let me just ask you to, and thank you for that information, slow down a little bit. The court reporter has to keep up with you, okay?
I apologize, sir.
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Tell the court what you have done while in custody to better yourself.
Immediately, I got involved in DRC services, which is basically an outpatient program. I've been involved with them for over a year. I've got an NA sponsor. I've worked through all 12 of my steps.
It's those darn Peter Pan calories. Remember that on Peter Pan? When all the Lost Boys were thinking about the food and suddenly there was just this buffet in the treehouse and they could eat whatever they wanted. Yep. It's them Peter Pan calories right there, Holly.
I've got involved with a transitional care program, Transition to Care. Carrie Baker is my worker through there. I'm involved in substance abuse counseling, and I've almost gotten my GED. They told me I'm waiting for a proctor right now to try to finish out my GED, and constantly I've just been working on anything else I can finish. I've done numerous self-study courses and just anything I get my hands on.
Tim and Linda, oh my
You
goodness.
were transported
Let's love you
to,
guys. I'm so happy you're here with me.
Walter's house, I
All of
believe in
us.
March of 2023, and were there for a short period of time before you were discharged. When you were discharged, what did you do?
I immediately contacted probation and asked them what they would advise me to do. They had no
Sorry.
further advice for me, so I immediately called probation back and informed them of what my plans were, which was to go to the store, get a pack of cigarettes, and go place myself on probation's doorstep and wait 12 and a half hours to be arrested.
Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And have you been in custody ever since?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you did that?
Love.
I don't remember the exact date. I know it was in February.
Now, when you went back into custody, did you continue taking classes and doing things to better yourself?
I've continued to this day, sir.
And you indicated just a minute ago that you were dealing with Carrie Baker, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did she help you find a bed in a residential treatment program?
When I came back into custody and I immediately started to look for another program, me and her together came up with Granite Wellness. They gave her a turn-in date, but we weren't done with court yet. So when I came back in and I told
Did I bump that? I bumped it. I did not mean to bump that, but I bumped it. My goodness. My clicker, I'm just, it's like Ouija boarding itself tonight. Like it's just moving on its own and doing stuff and clicking stuff. I'm not clicking. Yeah, sorry, Bubba. Apparently I have that effect on people. I was gonna say Philip Heels, olive soup. If you know, you know. Okay, if you don't know, olive soup has the same mouth facial movement as I love you. So if you say olive soup to someone without actually saying it, when you mouth the words, it looks just like I love you.
talked with Mr. Carnucci and we wrote up the counter plea together, which was what this was all based off of. We had a bed at Granite Wellness. Now, after I signed the deal, it's been changed. That's, you know what I mean? And like, that's where this whole thing gets funny because I was promised one thing and now we're on to something else.
So in April of 2023, after you were discharged from AIC, we worked a deal out because you had already done a deferred entry of judgment on a first degree burglary. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the agreement in your mind was that you would be given an opportunity of felony probation for 2 years. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd have the middle term of 4 years state prison suspended. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. With the completion of a 90-day
Let me
inpatient
finish.
program.
Let me finish. And the understanding was that you had to do a residential treatment program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were willing to do that. Is that correct?
I still am.
And that was the program that you sought out and you believed that you were going to get into was this Granite Wellness. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe that when we were in court then, you had gone from like 40th on the waiting list down to the top 10. Isn't that right?
Carrie informed me that we had a turn-in date.
Okay. And a turn-in date means that's when the bed's available and you get transported.
Yes, sir.
And the court authorized you to be transported once that bed became available to Granite Wellness. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me inquire one thing. Was the 90-day program part of the plea agreement?
The plea agreement, and there's an addendum, says a residential treatment program.
Okay, so it doesn't specify.
That's correct.
All right.
Well, I'm just telling you what he thought in his mind in the discussions that we had.
The original plea, sir, stated that we were to go to Granite Wellness. To do anything else to the plea, we had to come back in and change the wording of the plea to a residential treatment program. The original plea that I signed was for Granite Wellness. And that's where I have the issue.
Can you pull out the plea agreement?
It would just be original, not the amended, because we had to amend it.
I'm just asking
Yes, sir.
for the original plea
Yes, sir.
agreement document.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, And at some point you found out that Granite Wellness would not take you, is that correct?
Yes, sir. In August, when we were almost to my release date, and I was calling probation, trying to figure out what the next step was before they released me on August 28th.
And that's when, okay. Did probation come out after you were denied entry into that program and have other suggestions for a residential treatment program?
They suggested Salvation Army and Teen Challenge.
And at first you were reluctant to apply at those programs, is that correct?
I was reluctant to apply to Salvation Army due to chronic health issues and knowing that their reluctance to take me. I was reluctant to sign the Teen Challenge. I have my family who lives out of state. It's an 18-month program. I'm trying to re-enter their lives. My father had a heart attack last year, and going from a 90-day program to an 18-month program keeps me from that goal.
Okay. So
Welcome back, Bubba.
probation's urging, did you actually apply for Salvation Army?
I applied for both programs.
Okay. And let me ask the question. Salvation Army denied you, is that correct?
Within 24 hours.
But Teen Challenge accepted you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that Teen Challenge is between a program of between 12 and 18 months?
Yes, sir.
And are you willing to do that program?
I'm trying to get back.
Is that hideous? Like heinous?
Back with my family, and that's my whole
I'll
problem
see
with that.
myself
We
out.
go from a 90-day to an 18-month program, and I'm trying to get home to them. And I know that I still have this case to finish, but I would like to at least be able to have the opportunity to go and be part of their lives. And that program keeps me from that goal.
At some point when you were denied entry into Granite Wellness and into Salvation Army, did you make a proposal to me, which then I proposed to the probation department and the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
And that proposal was that since you'd been in custody so long, that you'd be released into transitional living, that you would have your surgeries on your hernia, that you would do outpatient and abide by any other terms and conditions of probation. And then once you were on your feet, enter into Salvation Army. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that couldn't be done because probation, because of your past, could not find transitional housing for you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What if Judge Rosenberg was to give you the opportunity at probation? What's your plan for the future to prevent yourself from going back to homelessness, 2, stay off drugs, and 3, successfully complete probation?
If I could be admitted to
for joining
probation, my plan is to so go check into probation first of all, and then B, I'm working with 1111H out of Davis to try to secure housing. And I'm working with Transitions to Care to try to obtain my disability. I'm currently in the process of trying to get into a program into Sacramento, River City Recovery at the request of my NA sponsor. But I also have DRC who will pick up my case and allow me to continue on with outpatient work and help me finish out my GED. I'm also working with substance abuse counseling that they also said they would pick up my case and continue it onto the streets. And I also talked to the Communicare to help me rewrite my diagnosis and finish up my diagnosis and then go on from there.
You feel like you're a different person now than when you were living on the streets prior to July of 2022?
Yes, sir. I'm sober and I have a desire to stay that way. And I haven't been that way in a long time.
Is there anything else you want to?
I hope everybody's been listening to this case because it actually is quite interesting. My favorite aspects of it were he's been on drugs since he's 17 and he's 29 now, I think they said. So when he was released from the treatment program that he was in, he was so determined to stay sober. He knew being kicked out of that Walter's house was going to be a violation of his probation. He knew that that would violate and he'd have to go back into jail. He knew it. Rather than going and using drugs just because he was kicked out of the Walter house, he was so determined to stay sober that he went to a gas station, bought a pack of cigarettes, and then just went and sat on the front steps of the probation office for 12 hours until they opened the next morning. I think they said it was 12 hours. It was a long time. So he has such a drive to stay sober now that that's the choice he made. I'm so proud of this guy. He's been in custody ever since. They took him into custody. No, this is one that I recorded. I streamed it yesterday, and I believe I recorded it the day before. Well, I tried to stream it yesterday, but my internet went down only a few minutes into it. But yeah, I think I recorded this 2 days ago or 3 days ago. But I'm so proud of this guy. He's in custody right now. He's been in custody since he sat on the steps of the probation office. But they asked him what his plans are to stay sober. Well, golly, if that's what he did when he had every opportunity being kicked out of the treatment house that he was in, like how many addicts take that as an opportunity to stay sober? Proud of this guy.
Say the court.
No, sir.
Mr. Schaub, do you have any questions you'd like to pose?
No, thank you.
All right. So I just had the clerk print out the document which evidences the plea that was entered in October of 2022. And there's no reference in this document to the Granite. What's the program?
Granite Wellness.
Granite Wellness.
It would have been
Was that the subject of some sort of addendum?
No, here's what I think you're gonna find out. When the plea was entered, it was when we did the probation plea, I believe. When we did one of the pleas, I was in trial. And so Miss Landers stood in and she had to redo the plea form. I think where the confusion here is that
Miss Landers, in fact, signed the plea form.
Right. But when I'm the one that was kind of orchestrating this whole deal for him, and when we accepted the deal, and it's not in writing, but when he was placed on probation in April of 2023, I think what we both thought was that, yes, he's going to have to do residential treatment, but the bed is going to become available at Granite Wellness any day now. And he was going to go in there and he was excited about it. And then a week later, it was just pulled away. And then and then what's happened has happened. So,
I didn't take the plea. It was taken by Judge Mock. And so I don't know what questions he asked.
Yeah.
So a question that I normally ask when I take a plea of this nature is, has anyone promised you anything else other than what's contained in the plea?
So
Okay.
So I've been working with Carissa through the jail.
That's standard verbiage you ask every time you take a plea. I've never heard a judge not ask that.
Somewhere in the time of
Krissa Kodani.
Kodani.
Yeah, I saw her name in the
She
report.
testified at the
Yes, sir.
Peter. I believe.
I can't, there's been so many court dates and there's been so many, but at one point, she told me we had to come in and change the wording of the plea, and they orchestrated a court date, and we came in and we changed the plea from granted wellness to general, just any program. I stated then, if we can't come together and we can't make this work, then let's seek whatever options we can. But that was the original deal. The original deal was for granted wellness, and they had to change the wording of the plea to come to this point.
That's not the deal you signed.
Yeah, no, but we had to change the wording at some point.
Could you just check the minute orders around April and see if there's anything on the minute order that says granted wellness?
You're looking at it now?
Yeah, just so he can be released to granted wellness when the bed is available.
And what date was that?
12:30.
That's the date where so that's kind of I think that's his mindset, that when we
Okay,
signed the deal and he was sentenced, it was granted wellness, he was excited, and then wah, wah, wah.
so, Mr. Perry, you heard the story. Are you personally familiar with this case, or are you relying on what's contained in the probation report?
I'm relying what's contained in the probation report, Your Honor.
Okay.
Hi,
that's what I
Seattle
suspected.
Jen, my love.
I'm gonna ask, counsel to, join me for a moment, at bench. All right, thank you. What I'm going to do is bring this matter back in 1 week. I want to ponder, contemplate, cogitate,
Ditto, Holly.
and think. Really, the court has two options. One is to execute the suspended prison term that you agreed to, or two, reinstate you to probation. If I think that probation can work a program for you. So really, those are my two options, but I want to think about it. And so this will come back on the 9th of November.
That shows you how serious this judge is taking this. The judge doesn't want to make a decision right now on whether or not to revoke this man or to put him back on probation and allow him to go back into civilization, basically. I did, Holly, and I held a picture of it up over my profile picture. It looks like a damn fine cookie with chocolate around it, like a chocolate graham cracker cookie with frosting in the middle and then covered in chocolate is what it looks like. I've never had one, but y'all are talking about it, and that's yeah, I Googled it. I did. Yep, I sure did. But yeah, no, I have a lot of respect for this. It's wafer. I have a lot of respect for this judge. Yeah, he does not want to make a decision. He's, I give so much credit to this man for all of the efforts that he's put forward so far. And I think he may be one who stays sober and breaks the cycle. I'm very proud of him. And this judge recognizes that and really wants to consider all of everything, the whole file, wants to consider everything before he makes a decision, because he doesn't want to put this guy in prison for years, but he also doesn't want to put him in a situation where he has the opportunity to reoffend or use drugs again. So he's got a lot to balance and a lot to weigh in.
In terms of time, let's go off the record for a moment.
I can be here at 9 o'clock sharp.
Well, I don't know. It depends. I don't
Sorry.
normally have a court reporter. They give me a court reporter on Friday if I need it. And the 10th is a holiday, so I can't remember when they give me a reporter. Is it 9 or 1:30?
I
So
do
I'm
that, but
asking
I just don't
the
film
court
it.
reporter if she knows.
I could be here at 9 if we have to trail it to whatever time it takes.
Well, I don't know when the court reporter will be available to me. I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
I have offended all of Australia. I am sorry. I love you guys.
As of right now, it would be a problem at any time.
Okay. How about 7:30? I know it's a problem. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, let's come.
I'm that bad,
Let's
huh,
schedule
Tim?
this at 9 AM if you kindly let them know that, I'll need a reporter in the morning.
We're working on that right now.
Who is?
Me.
So 9 AM
Okay.
on the 9th for sentencing.
Your Honor, I marked some exhibits. I'd ask they be entered into evidence or
Very well.
certificates.
Can I review those? That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
So I can reference for the ASAM for Sacramento, we can get that done.
Judge, can you order an ASAM for Sacramento?
I've already switched my Medi-Cal over and I'm just waiting. I need a referral. for the-
Can I order an ASAM for what?
Sacramento,
Sacramento court?
no, Sacramento County for ASAM.
I don't have them under my
Chris,
jurisdiction.
She's
Or
trying to get
chips.
into River City and Sacramento, so it may be a good thing.
I just
Maybe
need a
our-
referral to get an ASAM done. I've already switched my Medi-Cal over and the next thing they're waiting on is to get an ASAM done for,
I can make a recommendation
thank you.
Here, here's the phone.
and I will. All right, thank you, everyone.
So, the ASAM criteria defines the standards for conducting a comprehensive biopsychosocial assessment. I had to look it up. I'm sorry. But I didn't want to screw it up because you know how silly I can be when I try to talk out my ass about things that I would really like to sound intelligent on, but I'm not. So it okay. ASAM criteria defines the standards for conducting a comprehensive biopsychosocial assessment to inform patient placement and treatment planning. These standards describe 6 dimensions that should be assessed. So, and this they're really long. You can look it up. It's ASAM criteria. So, what the attorney was asking for there was basically wanted the judge to order an ASAM evaluation. And I think the judge doesn't have that power to order that specifically. So he said he'll make a recommendation for it. So again, another instance of the judge pushing for the best circumstance. So now I would like to give you a little crazy. This is actually from a judge in Michigan, but it's not one we have ever covered before. Not here.
Already on Mr. Harmon's matters? Ready, John. And Mr. Harmon, oh, there we go. All right, we're gonna call your matter, sir.
All right.
In case 21-006-078-01-FH, 21-002-377-01-FH, and 21-008-525-01-FH. All 3 matters, People State of Michigan versus Seneca Harmon. Parties, your appearances, please.
Judge Robert Boucherai for the people, P 5243, appearing on the 6078 case. And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P 82796 on the cases ending in 2377 and 8525.
And good morning, Your Honor. Neighbor and Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P 83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. Harmon on all both cases, or all three cases.
Senator Harmon, defendant, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we are here today for pretrials in these matters. And I'll start with where defense stands.
Judge, at this point, the
Backus
defense
does
is
not
requesting that
here.
Mr. Harmon be evaluated for competency to stand trial, and at the same time, we will be also be doing an independent evaluation for competency to waive Miranda.
Okay. Any objection from the people?
Not to the actual referral, Judge, but if they're going to do an independent evaluation to waive Miranda, I would ask that the CFP be requested to do the same thing.
Oh, I didn't think they did that. That's all I was learning.
Excuse me.
Asking for the
Excuse me.
request.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Harmon.
Yeah, we had a meeting, I believe 2 days ago, me and both the attorneys, and it was already stated by me and to the attorneys that I would like to go to trial. I'm not interested in waiving any rights or anything. And I've already had an evaluation with a different judge, actually the original bond over judge to the circuit court, Mr. Bruce Merrills. So at this time, I've already been suspended from living my daily activities and living my life because of these things. I like my speedy trial rights, and I like to go on with the trial as they are scheduled. I've been sitting here waiting. I haven't did any crime. I have all these issues in the appeals court, and I have I have insurance, and I'm in the appeals court with the insurance company right now. None of these things was disclosed to the prosecutor, and I just like to go on with my trial. You see,
Okay.
It's nothing incompetent about me. You see, I've already had these things done. I like to go to trial, Your Honor, so that I can be
Jury's still out
exonerated
on
from
that.
these matters that I'm being accused of.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. And we understand and respect that.
Just
and
crazy.
sir, by no means are you going to be infringed on your rights to a trial. But what defense is asking is just that all issues be fully explored. And I think that's your attorney's job. And it's not, you mentioned waiving rights. You wouldn't be waiving any of your rights, sir. It would just be simply to see if anything has changed with your condition. It may be that Judge Morrow did order an evaluation, but quite a bit of time has passed since then, Mr. Harmon. So we just want to make sure that everything's fully explored. And so I think at this time, the court will grant defense's request to refer Mr. Harmon for an evaluation for criminal responsibility, or for competency, excuse me. And we will include the people's request that he be evaluated for Miranda, although it is our understanding that they no longer do that. But we'll make that request.
I know they have in the past. If they're going to do it, Judge, I'm just, like I'm saying, a request.
Yes.
Maybe they like this court more.
Understood. So we'll make that request and see if that can be done as well. So I know this is taking a bit of time. So I
Sounds
think
reasonable to me.
probably want to come back. I think sometimes it's taking up to 6 months, but maybe 4 months. Hopeful that things will speed up.
He is
Just
pondering
because
that
I'm a little bit faster
hard.
with the evaluations lately, so.
Okay,
In other cases where I've had this come up recently, we've done a 90-day
90 days.
review date, and then they have been able to complete it at that time.
Okay.
Especially with somebody out of custody, and then with our people pushing the Center for Forensic Psychiatry on their end, and we've been able to get it faster.
So may I ask now? So
It could.
I'm being referred for psychiatric treatment because I was driving the vehicle and being accused of a
Oh,
crime.
no, Harmon, please don't say any of that right now. No, that is
Well,
not
no,
what you're.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on, because I mean, I'm the person who's at jeopardy.
Your case.
What is it?
I don't want you to talk about the facts of your case on the record.
Well, there's a lot of things that hasn't been displayed for the record that if I need to file an appeal, I'm going to have to rely on. Like the fact that I was on a GPS teller. Nobody ever told anybody about the GPS teller. I mean, like these issues, these matters could have already been.
We're just need another date. You just have to wait.
I muted Mr. Herman because I
Thank
don't
you.
want him to say anything that you don't want him to say, Ms. Phelps. I'll unmute him in just a moment. But Mr. Harmon, I did want to say, you're not being referred for psychiatric treatment, sir. It's an evaluation. So what they'll do is they'll sit down with you, they'll ask you questions, they'll prepare a report, and then we'll make a decision based on that report, sir. That's the full process. So I'm going to unmute you now, sir, but please follow Ms. Phelps' advice and don't talk about the facts of the case. I think you can unmute if you hit the prompt now, Mr. Harmon.
What happens if it's a negative report?
I did not. I'm
Well,
sorry.
it wouldn't
Celebrate
be
anything.
negative. It would either say you were competent to stand trial or you're not competent to stand trial.
Oh, okay, well, what if it said I was, well, hypothetically, I'm just trying to get an understanding, because I never heard of it. I've been to a trial before. Well, I've been to a court proceeding before. I never heard of, so I'm just trying to get an understanding of it. So if if it said that I'm not competent to stand trial, then what? I don't go to trial?
No, that's not the case, but I'm gonna have Ms. Phelps explain this to you off the record. That's how the way she wishes to proceed. So she will give you a call, and she will discuss this with you.
I already told her that I wasn't interested in it and I wanted to proceed to trial, and she did this on her own.
Well, actually, the court did it, sir. The court made the final.
Well, that's a better understanding.
Okay, all right. So it was the court's decision. So that is how we're going to proceed with the competency evaluation. And we're going to come back in 90 days. So look at the beginning of February. How about that week of February 5th? Is there a day that works well for defense?
Yes, Judge, I am available the 5th or the 6th.
One of those days work better than the other for people?
Judge, February 5th, I am actually going to be out of the country for a few days, but if it's just a competency, if we're checking on reports or seeing if we have them, Mr. Lujar, I can stand in for me.
Okay.
So I don't have an issue with that.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask this, Judge?
Hold on, sir. We want to make sure we get everything scheduled first. And then you will have your time to ask questions. Okay, so we're gonna come back for a pretrial to see the status of the competency reports. Hopefully we have them at that time. It can be the competency hearing. Okay, yes, Mr. Harmon.
Okay, now I just wanted to ask, because I know Detroit is a really big industrial city that specializes in a lot of the different areas of health. So will I be visiting one of these health professionals here in the Motor City of Detroit, or will I have to drive some astronomical place to be visited by?
Yep, I can tell you more about this when we're done with this hearing, but you can come to my office and do the evaluation with my social worker, Mr. Davison. You can do that over Zoom with him in the forensic center. So that's in Detroit. You do not have to go to.
Now why do I have to visit your? Doesn't this supposed to be a random person from the health professional area who specializes?
Yeah, it will be. My social worker will just be there with you to set up the.
Now I know that.
Let's talk about the record, okay?
Well, the reason why I asked the judge is because the judge is the one who's ordering it. So
That's right.
I thought that it would be more convenient for me to get the word from, pardon my phrase, the horse's mouth, because he's the one who's ordering it. So
Yes,
if
I will confirm that what Ms. Phelps said is correct, because you can do the evaluation over Zoom, and so it can be done at her office here in Detroit.
okay, sounds good.
All right.
Now, will I be getting that by email, the date that I'm supposed to be available?
Yes,
So
yes,
that-
Yes, Ms. Phelps is going to communicate all this to you, Mr. Harmon, so that you'll be aware of all the relevant details, okay?
Okay, now does this exclude the upcoming trials for the other cases as well?
yes.
Yes, we're going to have to postpone them, but that doesn't mean that they won't be held. I want you to understand you're still going to have your right to a trial, okay, sir?
Okay,
All right.
all right, thank you for the clarification, I appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome, sir. So we're going to see everyone back on February 6th, and we'll see where we stand at that time.
Great, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Hey, Judge. Thanks.
That was a fun ride, wasn't it? I told you guys. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see here. So, I found a way to find clips that I promise you no one else has right now. It required a different type of software. It required a different type of editing process. But I wanted to give you guys something that you haven't seen before. You know, something that only I'm going to give you. So we're going to start with this one. Because I love you guys.
Moore, 406002, 1907, F2962.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Moore.
45 days.
How are you doing today? Working long hours? Okay. That's good and bad, right? Good because you're making money. I will show Mr. Moore appears in person, pro se, state of Indiana, Mr. Caveston. Mr. Caveston, what's our status today?
Your Honor, we're here for a status on the revocation. The state's requesting that we continue this out about 45 or so days, see how he continues to do. And then we can restaff it if he's doing well and at that point. Thank you.
So, Mr. Moore, unlike the other fellows that didn't even try in reentry court, you've been trying and you've been working hard, so you're getting that benefit of the doubt. You see the difference? Yeah. I know you're frustrated and you're tired, and I know you're struggling with some health issues, but you're still
Life is
trying.
really kicking me right now.
So what's that?
I said, life is just really kicking me right now.
What are you needing help with?
Well, my girlfriend wrecked my car Sunday.
So how are you getting back and forth to work?
Luckily, her mother had an extra car that
Good.
she's let me use until I get it figured out.
Did you have insurance?
I did, but not covering her.
Okay.
My estimate of 10,000 for repairs from one, 7,000 from the other.
You're just basically getting a new car then. So
Still making $600.
Okay, now I gotta ask you guys. I'm genuinely curious because he said girlfriend. He didn't say my now ex-girlfriend. If you had a partner that did approximately, apparently $17,000 worth of damage to your vehicle, essentially totaling it, and you still had to make $600 a month payments on it, would they remain your current partner, or would they become your ex? I'm curious. Oh, and if insurance wouldn't cover it. He's under the impression that insurance won't cover it because she was not on his policy. The judge dives a little deeper into that with him, but that's his assumption at the moment. So in his mind, he believes that his car is totaled, that he has to continue paying the loan, and but I love her. Yeah, I know it would put a genuine strain on the relationship for me. Like, I think I would stay with them initially, but I don't know if the relationship would last. It would be hard if that debt didn't get paid and I was the one who had to continue to pay it. That would be hard. Yeah, obviously it definitely does depend on who it is and how close you are with them. And then I believe it also depends on what level of responsibility they are taking to rectify the situation. That also would play into it for me. I might have heard it, but I have no idea what it is off the top of my head and the tip of my tongue. It's not there. All right, I'm gonna hit play. Oh. I did discuss that with Covert Design. I did inform Covert Design that there are 4 chicken bailiffs. I promise. I told him they are part of the paw firm. I'm sorry that they haven't gotten the uniforms yet. You'll have to take it up with Covert Design. Hi, Irish. Oh my goodness. Irish, I found a way to get cases from other states. Yay. It took a different kind of software and a different kind of editing process, but I did it. I did it. I did a thing. I did a thing. I did a thing. Yeah. I am so happy to see you. See how loved you are. Everybody loves Irish. We are so happy to have you here. Something like that. Basically, kind of, maybe, sort of, ish. No. Much love. Oh, hi, Natalia. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I don't know what that is. I'm so sorry. I have no idea what that is. I am not much of a, well, yeah. I pop onto Discord for like 2 seconds to say what I have to say, and then I'm off of it. Same thing I do with Facebook. I don't post much on Facebook at all. Like, I have just abandoned everybody, I swear. Ooh. At least she didn't do a thong. Nobody wants us to do a thong. Things we can do, thongs we cannot. Oh, kind of like the Zoom picnic we were talking about doing. Oh, speaking of delivered Sunday morning, I fixed the Amazon issue. 100% fixed. Everybody that was getting on me about that, I love you. I really do. I love you. I love you. I love you. But I did fix it. So, now, hold on. It's loading. There. Now, if you put toilet paper in the cart for me, it'll come to me. What things are coming from Texas? You gotta tell me. I must know now. Now you have stopped the entire stream, Tim. Way to go. You have stopped the whole thing because I need to know what thing from Texas is coming. I love you. What is it? Come on. Cat got your tongue? No. Ooh. 4 legs with long horns. You bought a ram? Play it. I'm sorry, Carrie. I am sorry.
A month payment on it.
Yeah.
That here.
But I went into Swanson Center yesterday and did the intake.
Okay.
I got a meeting at a coffee shop Monday with recovery coach.
Okay.
And
I think you're gonna need that.
And Victoria, a therapist, left a message for me yesterday while I was sleeping for work. And I left a voicemail for her.
Okay. What's why is your, I don't know what kind of insurance you have, but usually it covers other drivers. So was she not a licensed driver or?
She's a licensed driver.
Your insurance is for your car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, if you, I mean, I don't mean to. Have you talked to them? They told you she's not covered? I don't mean to be.
Well, when I signed up for the insurance, they asked me who was being included on it, and I didn't add her.
Turned it in anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
If I were to loan her my car, it's still covered under my insurance. You know?
Yeah.
She's not, you're not on my insurance, right? No, I'm
Usually, sir, the only reason they ask that question is to extend how much they're going to charge you. Because if you have somebody under a certain age driving under the age of 18 or 25 or whatever, so I would still turn it into your insurance. Okay, you might be surprised. All right, let's set this out for 45 plus days.
In January,
That's,
Yeah,
that's our.
beginning of January, beginning of January.
Sorry, check that out.
January 5th at 9?
Yeah,
Thank you.
it should be.
I just assumed because
Well,
when I signed up for
worried.
it, they asked me,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
go ahead.
You know, like, I have a 13-year-old in a couple of years, if she becomes a driver, they're gonna charge me a lot more. That's why I asked those, right? I mean, so if you're loaning a car to somebody, you still maintain
January
that
5th at
everything.
9.
It could be, whether they don't have a license or all the other issues, there could be problems.
We're gonna set it to January 5th at 9 if you want to give them a slip.
Oh,
are still unsure. They're basically, they still have to, with some exceptions, they still have to honor your insurance because you loaned that car to somebody. So, yeah, definitely.
I have a feeling you're gonna be happily surprised, so please contact your insurance right away, because you can't wait too long. It just happened this weekend, right?
Is it really okay, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, check it out. It's you hopefully will be pleasantly surprised. So
I don't know what your specific insurance contract says, but most of them, you're gonna be covered. So we're setting this to January 5th, 2024, 9 a.m. You got a reminder slip there. You're ordered to be here that day. We'll see you then, okay?
thank you.
All right.
So that was pretty cool. The judge asked him, what do you need help with? And the guy, not expecting any help, just spits out, well, my girlfriend wrecked my car. And the judge and the prosecutor helped him with that. I thought that was a pretty cool little moment. Now, I really like this judge. Really like him.
All right. So after I've explained it to you, you're saying to me now, you do not want to have a trial and have the state attempt to prove these allegations, correct?
Correct.
You're willing to admit that you violated your probation. And so if that's the case, I'll read each one of these specific allegations to you and ask you if you admit. So in the petition for revocation of probation that was filed on June 10th of 2022, over a year ago, under 2A, it says on April 20, 2022, you were instructed to attend SMART recovery meetings, SMART recovery meetings, 1 time per week, and you failed to attend consistently, missing the following dates: May 19, June 2, and June 9 in the year 2022. Do you admit that?
Yeah.
B says on June 9, 2022, you failed to appear for an internal sanction hearing. You admit that?
Yeah.
C says on March 30, 2022 and May 12, 2022, you tested positive for THC, amphetamines, and methamphetamines. You admit that?
Yes.
And you understand that it would have been a condition of your probation, one of the rules, that you not consume illegal drugs such as THC, amphetamines, and methamphetamines, right?
Yes.
And so you're telling me you knew that was the rule, but you did it anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, then did you just admit to me freely and voluntarily? You just do this freely and voluntarily, or did someone threaten you to come in here and do it?
Yeah, I did it on my own free will.
Freely and voluntarily with advice of counsel,
Yes.
sitting right next to you. And I also explained to you, you didn't have to do this. You could have a trial, but you then told me you didn't want a trial, you wanted to admit. So as long as you're telling me and we're making the record, recording everything, we want to come back and read what you said today, it would be clear that you freely and voluntarily admitted today that you violated your probation, like I just read to you, correct?
Correct.
All right, then state have prima facie evidence.
Your Honor, State Office, the petition for revocation of probation filed on June 10th, 2022 in this case to establish prima facie evidence. No objection.
Show that admitted for that purpose. And so the court accepts the defendant's admissions and grants the petition for revocation of probation. There was a period of 18 months, it looks like, that was ordered to be on probation for a level 6 felony. And either person, prosecutor, you want to tell us what the agreement is?
Yes, Your Honor. After discussing it with his probation officer and attorney Ballard, we're going to allow him to continue on probation. At this point, I believe he still has about 13 months left. He's going to be signing a waiver of medical privacy for his drug screens that he's currently being taking because he's a heavy equipment operator. So they have to drug screen him every week or every 2 weeks. So we will be receiving copies of those. And then we'll be allowing him to continue on probation, doing the same things. Well, following the same rules that he had on probation, Your Honor, at this time.
Mr. Ballard?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So that's what you want me to do, sir?
Yes, sir.
How long you been receiving drug screens for heavy equipment operation?
Past 7 months.
Less than a month?
7 months.
Oh, 7 months. And you passed them all?
Oh, yeah.
You get paid quite well?
Yeah.
I see.
It makes a big
What?
difference, you know what I mean?
So if you get paid a lot, you could pass drug screens, right?
Well, not only that, I just cleaned up my act. I helped out my ex-wife and I'm seeing my kid now, so it's just.
All right. There's no reason not to accept this agreement. So the court accepts the agreement of the parties. And for disposition, then orders the defendant to go back on probation for the balance of the term, which I'm told is roughly 13 months. And that you'll sign a release, I guess, with your employer or whoever administers these tests to allow the probation department here to have access to the results. That would be better for you because then you don't have to come here and take additional screens. And I'm assuming that it's credible and legit. Who's your employer?
Farnsworth Metal Recycling in Indianapolis.
Where do you live?
I live here, but I stay with my ex-wife in Indianapolis.
Okay.
I'm just getting her through. She got diagnosed with cancer about 8 months ago, so I've just been helping her and my kids get through it. We're divorced, so.
I understand, but that's also where your employment is.
Right.
Yeah, and you're going to take care of the public defender fee today.
Yes.
And anyone from probation want to tell us, man, what to do when he leaves the courtroom? Today? I didn't hear you. Okay. So first you go to the second floor
Pay them.
and pay the $100 public defender fee. It doesn't go to the lawyer. It goes to the public.
That's fine.
Good. I'm glad you like it. So you take care of that and then you go across the street. You know where it is, right? Probation department?
Yes.
Yeah. Go over there and they'll take care of you and then you can get on your way back to Indianapolis.
All
Do
right.
you have any question?
No, sir.
All right, you're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Prosecutor, fine?
Yes,
Fine
Your
with
Honor.
this? Okay.
Sorry, thank you.
No, I should have asked.
Great. Now I can't either.
All right, then we have Reedy Shepherd, State of Indiana versus Reedy Shepherd. Clause number 1902 F4003. Mr. Pearson is coming to the table suggesting that he represents Reedy. Is that right, Mr. Pearson?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Very good. Are you Reedy Shepherd?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do we know your mailing address?
I just updated it with Mr. Pearson.
Okay, so then Mr. Pearson can get to court staff and
Yes, Your Honor.
probation? All right. So there's a status hearing. There was a petition for revocation of probation June 7th, 2022, long time ago. And
Your Honor, I can make a record for this if you'd like.
yeah, why don't you bring us up to date?
So, Your Honor, at the time when this was filed, it was never refiled again, or I'm sorry, it was never set on the calendar again, so it kind of fell off. In speaking with Ms. White, she then redocketed it to make sure we can keep it on the court calendar to make sure we can proceed through with this. In speaking with Ms. White and briefly with Attorney Pearson, there hasn't been any issues since this alleged violation took place regarding Mr. Shepherd's contact with probation and following all the rules. I think at the time when he had missed, as one of the allegations is that we didn't know his whereabouts and that he had missed drug screens. At that point in time, I believe he had been checked into a 30-day inpatient. I believe it was mental health, a mental health facility at that point in time. We do have confirmation of that paperwork from Mr. Pearson as well as at probation. And at this point, Your Honor, I understand this case has been sitting out there for a while, but state would orally move to dismiss the probation violation on the grounds that since we knew where his whereabouts were, and yes, he did have a positive drug screen for methadone. He's had no issues since this violation had occurred. He'll still be on probation for, I believe, 3 years. 3 years, he'll still be on probation. And since this violation, he's been in contact with probation, has been following all the rules. He's been passing drug screens. I don't think he's going to be any more issues, but for that mental health crisis he suffered at the time when this happened, Your Honor.
Very good. Mr. Pearson.
Your Honor, I think the state stated everything that the court needs to hear, and I would just agree with them and.
Okay,
with their-
so if I understand, Mr. Shepherd, they're going to dismiss the probation violation, which really doesn't change anything. It just means you go back to probation just like you were. But you'll be back in court for another violation if you do violate. You don't want that to happen, right?
No, sir.
Do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor, they pretty much made everything pretty clear for me.
Okay. So probation, what do you want this person to do? Okay. So you understand, go leave it here and go across the street to the probation department?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you appointed or retained, Mr. Pearson?
I believe I was retained. It's been a while.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else for the record, state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so the state moves to dismiss and that's granted, and then the probation violation, the petition itself is now dismissed. And you go back to probation, Mr. Shepherd. You're free to go.
Your Honor, would you like the state to file a formal order for the dismissal?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Rick.
What else? Is that it? I think, yeah. All right, so if you're sitting here, there's a reason. And the reason is the same reason that the other people were here today. That's probation violations, but your status is a little different. So Craig McIndarfer, come on up. Brandon Mitchell, come on up. Sit at the table if you would, please. There's a microphone there. We need to record all of your answers. We have State of Indiana versus Craig McIndarfer, 75C01-1908 F5019. Is that your name, sir?
Yes, sir.
State of Indiana versus Brenda Mitchell, 75C01-2008 F5015. Are you Brenda Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, both individuals have been summoned into court today and they did appear. It's good for you. Otherwise, there'd be a warrant for your arrest. So much easier for you to show up like you should, and you did. Then looking at Mr. McIndarfer's case, there was a petition for revocation of probation filed October 12th of this year. Did you receive a copy of that, Mr. McIndarfer?
Yes, sir, I did.
First name's Craig, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it okay if I call you Craig instead of McIndarfer every time?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Then you got that. And then Brenda, they filed a petition to revoke your probation. Well, now, maybe there's a more recent one. Yes, here in October 4th, there was a petition filed by Mr. Matt Traub. Did you receive a copy? All right, so we do need to go over those. If the prosecutor has them and wants to read them into the record, that's fine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, unfortunately, I do not have a copy of the petition to revoke in Ms. Mitchell's, but I can do Mr. McIndarfer's.
You do his.
Under cause 75C01-1908 F5019, filed in court October 12th, 2023. Petition for revocation of probation states that number one, that the above named defendant Craig McIndarfer, hereinafter referred to in this petition as probationer, was placed on probation by the court under cause number 75C01-1908 F5019 on March 23rd, 2021 for the period of 3 years after having been found guilty of count 1, operating a motor vehicle after forfeiture of license for life, a level 5 felony. 2, that by the terms of the probation established herein and applied to this person, probationer has violated the terms of probation established herein in that 2A, the probationer is alleged to have violated rule number 4, use of illegal substances, evidenced by the following. Probationer tested positive for the use of methamphetamine and amphetamine on the following dates: August 25th, 2021, March 7th, 2023, September 11th, 2023. 2B, the probationer is alleged to have rule number 9, financial obligations, evidenced by the following. Craig McIndarfer owes $1,420 in probation user fees. And 2C, the probationer is alleged to have violated rule number 5, treatment, evidenced by the following. Craig McIndarfer failed to attend his treatment program with Tim Gearhart on October 10th, 2023. And that would be all the alleged violations, Your Honor.
You understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Matroff, are you wishing to speak?
Your Honor, I do have a copy of the petition to revoke the dismissal finding.
Sure. Sure, thank you. So now, Ms. Mitchell, prosecutor will read into the record your alleged violations.
Thank you, Your Honor. Under cause 75 C01-2008 F5015. The above named defendant, Brendan Mitchell, hereinafter referred to in this petition as probationer, was placed on probation by the court under cause number 75 C01-2008 F5015 on March 4th, 2021 for a period of 4 years after having been found guilty of count 1 domestic battery by means of a deadly weapon, a level 5 felony. That by the terms of the probation established herein and applied to this person, probationer has violated the terms of probation established herein in that 2A, the probationer is alleged to have violated rule number 1, laws and conduct, evidenced by the following. On October 5th, 2023, during a field contact / compliance check at her residence, she was observed in direct violation of a protective order of the court under cause 75 C01-2008 F5015, to wit, her victim Donald L. Humphrey was located inside her residence. 2B, the probationer is alleged to have violated rule number 4, use of illegal substances, evidenced by the following. Probationer tested positive for the use of methamphetamine and amphetamine on the following dates: August 27th, 2021, October 22nd, 2021, April 28th, 2022, April 25th, 2023, and October 5th, 2023. Probationer is also
Why do you
alleged to
need
have
both?
violated under rule 2B or 2C. Rule number 9, financial conditions, evidenced by the following. Brenda Mitchell owes $385 in probation user fees, Your Honor.
Brenda, you understand all that? Yes, you have to answer out loud.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Craig, you understand all the allegations made against you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Everybody understands them. So I have to explain the
April had
procedure
to.
to you now. In a probation revocation matter like this, you have the right to require the state of Indiana to prove the allegations in the petition. But as you may have already seen me and heard me tell this man earlier, you can have a trial, and the state would have to attempt to prove these allegations to the standard of preponderance of the evidence. And that hearing would be held right here in this court. On the other hand, another way to resolve the matter is to admit one or more of these allegations that you did in fact violate your probation. And if you do admit, or if the court does find after a trial that you violate your probation, the court can do one of 3 things. I could have you go right back to probation, as what just happened with the person right in front of you, a Reedy Shepherd. We have you go back to probation, just like you had been. Or could have you go back to probation that adds some new terms that didn't exist before, new terms. Or I could have you be incarcerated. That's the worst of the options from your point of view. And it could be from any part of that sentence that was suspended. So worst case scenario, Craig, you could get 3 years of incarceration. You understand that?
Sure.
Minus whatever credit you got already in. And then Brenda, it looks like 4 years of your sentence was suspended. So you could receive all 4 years now of incarceration. You understand?
Yes.
All right. Everybody understands. Now you have these rights. First of all, you have the right to an attorney, and you can proceed without an attorney if you wish, or you can hire any attorney you would like to hire from the state of Indiana. On the other hand, if you want to be represented by an attorney, but it's impossible for you to raise enough money to get an attorney to represent you privately, then you tell me this. I'll ask you a few financial questions, and if I'm satisfied that you're unable to afford the services of an attorney privately, then I'll appoint one to represent you from the group of attorneys who we have available to accept those appointments. If you have a trial, you would not have to ever testify, and no one could compel you to testify. On the other hand, you can have witnesses come to court, and you can compel witnesses to come even if they don't want to. And the court will assist you in that right by issuing subpoenas to witnesses. You get to cross-examine all of the
Wisconsin?
state's witnesses. And if you have a contested probation revocation hearing or trial and you lost, in other words, the judge found that you violated your probation, you would automatically have the right to appeal that decision. On the other hand, if you do admit the allegations in the petition, then we're not going to have a trial. There aren't going to be witnesses coming into court to say what they think you did or didn't do, and you'll be giving up the rights I just talked about. So do you understand what I just said, Mr. McAdarful?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let me ask then about the attorney issue. Do you wish to have an attorney assist you going forward, or do you wish to go forward without an attorney?
I can go with an attorney if it's any better, but I talked to Miss Simpson today about paying for part of my fine today, because I told her I'd pay $1,000 today. And I also talked to Mr. Gerhardt last night, and he said he'd work something out with me to get back into my therapy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know, but let me find out from the other individuals here in the courtroom if they think it would make any sense for me just to reschedule this initial hearing and pick it up someday in the future at this point, because maybe all of you have some way forward that doesn't involve the court so much.
Your Honor, if we could possibly get 60 days on this,
Okay.
if the court would.
Yeah, that, do you hear what's being said, Craig?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so in other words, I have nothing to do with it, but except for the court calendar and moving things along. They're saying that I don't need to put you on the court calendar anytime soon. I don't need to give you an attorney. I don't need to push this along. Give it up about 60 days, have you come back. And in the meantime, maybe all of you will work this out. If you said you're going to pay $1,000 today, that's probably a good faith step to impress these other people. And you saw this other person, the Reedy Shepherd, had his case dismissed today. So who knows what's going to happen in your case, but I'm all in favor of giving you 60 days, letting this, just see if you can get it together. In the meantime, you're going to be drug screened. You can't be doing amphetamine, methamphetamine. You're going to have to give it up.
Oh, yeah.
If you don't want to give it up, that's all
I
right.
know.
I'll just put you in jail.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't think they have it in there, but if they do, they don't have it very often. And I don't want to do that. Craig, you've been in court a lot of times, haven't you?
Yes, sir, I have. Too many times.
How old are you today?
53.
Yeah. I don't think you need to go into the jail. There's other people your age in the jail, but most of them are probably younger, and
Well, I know.
you'd be better off staying out. What do you have?
January 24th at 1:30 p.m.
We'll give you a piece of paper. You're ordered to be back in court January 24th at 1:30. Okay with the state? You understand, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then someone in the back from probation want to tell him on the record here what exactly you want him to do when he walks out of this room?
No, I pour it in the IV bag and hang it up.
After he stops on the second floor and pays $1,000, gets a receipt and brings that over to you?
Yeah, yeah.
You got it? You got it all figured out?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome. You have any questions, Craig?
Sir?
Any questions?
No, no, sir.
Don't get yourself arrested in the meantime, okay?
All right.
All right, you're free to go. By the way, let the record show he denies the allegations for today, okay? So we get that in the record. He's denied.
There
them.
is water in my coffee.
When he comes back, will also be attorney status. We pick up and ask him about the attorney. Okay. Brenda, what do you want to do about a lawyer? Okay. Have you talked to anyone yet in probation or the prosecutor's office about this problem you got here? Okay.
I didn't see it in Megan.
All right. Who was your attorney for the original case?
Mr. Ballard.
Okay, then I'm gonna appoint Mr. Ballard to represent you on the probation violations. Is that acceptable? All right, court now appoints Richard Ballard to represent you. I should ask, so when I appointed Mr. Ballard before, the court had determined that you could not afford an attorney on your own. I'm assuming, is that right? You need to answer out loud.
Yes.
All right, has your financial situation improved since then?
No.
Okay, then I'm gonna find, once again, you're indigent, unable for the service of private attorney, appoint Mr. Ballard to represent you. We give you a piece of paper, of course, with all of his information, in case you need a refresher as to his phone number, et cetera. And then he'll be in court with you next time you come back. I'm gonna enter denial on your behalf to these allegations, so you've denied everything for the record, haven't admitted anything. All of your rights are protected when you talk to Mr. Ballard. And then he can talk to probation and the prosecutor's office, whoever he wants to talk to, and then we'll have you come back on a certain day. And when would the state think that that would be appropriate to come back?
Your Honor, 30 days, but just so the court's aware, her prior attorney was Attorney Lemon.
Uh,
I just wanted to confirm.
yeah, Mr. Lemon, we're told, but I'll appoint Mr. Ballard if that's what you want. You know Mr. Ballard, do you?
I know Mr. Ballard, but I never had Lemon.
Okay,
Not that I'm aware of.
maybe some paperwork says something different. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it was just the executed plea, Your Honor. That's all.
Yeah, so we're talking about human beings. If you know Attorney Richard Ballard, who has an office right across the street, less than 100 yards from where we're sitting, that's who I'm gonna appoint for you, okay? No matter what's happened in the past. So that's your lawyer, and then he'll be here on the date that we give you in a second. We have your correct mailing address, do we? All right.
Or we can do November 29th at 1:30.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
am my own
So
guest.
there's no reason to try to bother Mr. Ballard today. He doesn't know that this just happened. So, but sometime next week, maybe you can get in touch with him. But you won't come back to court till November 29th, the day before the last day of this month at 1:30. We'll give you a piece of paper as a reminder when to come back. But the whole point is between now and then, communication needs to take place with all of you to see if there's can be an agreement. Yes. If not, that's okay. If you want a trial, we'll have a trial. If you and Mr. Ballard want to do something different, we can do that. None of that matters to me personally, except getting you on the court calendar and bringing it to a conclusion at some point. Okay, it doesn't have to be in a hurry, but at some point within a reasonable period of time. I don't think I need to be concerned you're going to get rearrested, are you? No? Are you always so soft spoken? Are we good now? We'll give you that piece of paper. State, have anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah. Brenda, do you have any questions?
No.
All right. You do have to pay $100 to the clerk before this case is over. Do you have any source of income at all?
Yeah, I work
Okay, where do you work?
at a Evanston on Ventures.
Full time? Oh, did you work back then when you had an attorney appointed for you before?
Yes.
You support other people with your income?
No. 2 dogs.
How much do you make?
I make $17.50 an hour.
What other expenses do you have?
House payments, NIPSCO, MediaCom. Water,
What kind of vehicle do you have?
Ford Escape, 2000.
The year 2000?
Yeah.
All right, that's good enough. We'll. Apparently, we thought it was sufficient the first time around for the underlying case, so. We'll stick with this, but you are gonna have to pay $100 before November 29th, or at least on that day at the latest. You understand?
Okay.
Okay, that goes into the clerk's office on the second floor, and it does not go to the attorney. Okay. Then we'll give this to you and you're free to go once you get it.
What day? November 29th. What day?
Oh, Wednesday.
A Wednesday.
I have one other person on the court calendar. I don't see that person in court, though. That would be State of Indiana versus Debbie Bachnika, 0707, FB is in boy, 011. It's a status hearing on a probation violation. And I think the only reason that we were having Ms. Bachnika return to court was because she has outstanding restitution to the victim that has not been paid. And so she did pay last time she came to court. $150? $150.
Your Honor, I believe
Nothing since.
she was present in court when the status hearing was set for today.
So would this be something that you could talk about, Mr. Matron?
Yes, Your Honor.
What can you tell us?
She was notified. Your Honor, after her last status hearing, I had contact with her on one occasion. She has not responded to phone calls, attempted messages, whatever. There's been no payments made, Your Honor, since the last payment she made at the court hearing. I'm unable to contact her, unable to get in contact with her. She's not made any efforts to stop by the probation office to apprise me or anybody of her whereabouts or what her plan is. So I would request respectfully to state the consideration of a warrant.
Mm-hmm. The last you knew, did she live in this county?
Yes, Your Honor, North Judson, County Clerk.
You know, if anyone in law enforcement has attempted to make contact with her, you know, just to verify her residency?
Not to my knowledge, Your
I
Honor.
was my own guess.
Thank you.
Yes.
You have thoughts on this, Mr. Poulos?
Your Honor, there was an attempt via first class mail that was sent to her, but it was returned back as read that correctly. Return to sender attempted, not known, unable to forward. So she no longer resides at the address, I believe, that we have. So at this point, Your Honor, with her being present in court, knowing when the next court date was, and us making attempts and her not communicating with probation, we would ask that a bench warrant be issued.
Thank you. Normally, I would agree with everything that's said. Difference here, I guess, is we're talking money only, and this is old and been going on for a long time, and I don't know what's going on with her, and she may not live there anymore. Yes, she was here, told to be here, but you know, that's been a while, hasn't it? Months, right?
About 2 months, Your Honor.
About 2 months ago. I'm uneasy issuing a warrant for arrest and having her picked up when I don't really have any more information. And this is only regarding, not only I should say, but this is regarding financial obligations. And so we'll try again. So if I set another date without a warrant, then I assume, what am I to assume? That the clerk will prepare some documents, send them to the sheriff. The sheriff is likely then to have a deputy go to the address that's on the summons and see if she's present.
I believe so, Your Honor. If the court were to issue another summons to her, the court would have to issue the summons. And then it would probably be served via deputy, or the court specifically requested to be served by a sheriff's deputy, then that could probably.
Right,
be made.
let's do that, and then if they can't serve it, well, then we'll know next time that they can't serve it at that address, and we really don't know where she
Love you,
is.
Bubba. Thank
On the other
you.
hand, if they do serve it and then she doesn't come, well, then I won't be concerned at all about her failure to appear. And let's make it not so long. So 30 days this time.
November 9th at 1:30.
It
We'll do
was
that same
Earl.
date, November 29th at 1:30 for Deborah Bucknica summons to appear in court at that time, and we'll see what happens. State have anything else
Cat
for her?
Kitty has
No, you're right. Thank you.
rooms.
You're welcome. And then is that something, Mr. Matra, you can kind of monitor a little bit, and then if we ask on the 29th, if you're here, that you could give us more details if there are any more to give.
Yeah, do your honor.
You know, maybe there's a new address, maybe there are 2 new addresses, who knows? But
Yes, sir.
if she's flat out blowing us off, and I know that, well, then that's okay. We'll do a warrant, but I don't feel confident about that right now. So we'll just try this one more time. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Good weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor, you too.
Mike also says don't date ever. He says avoid it at all costs. Yes. Good night, Bubba. We love you. Oh my goodness. It's only 1 a.m. here. I don't know what y'all are talking about. Tired. Who is tired? Let's see. What else do I have? Did that one. Oh yeah. I did this just for you.
But also the second or subsequent offense with an habitual offender, third offense notice exposing you to up to 28 years in prison, and finally count 7 alleges that as a felon you had ammunition in your possession, which exposes you to up to 10 years imprisonment. Do you understand each of the charges and the maximum possible penalty in each of those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your rights include the right to an attorney if you could not afford one. The court.
We're not there for his advice. We're there for his chest. Advice. Who's going to take advice from him? We're just there to look.
I want to point one for you. In addition to that, you have the right to a jury trial in these matters. If you wanted a trial but not a jury trial, you could request a bench trial. At that trial, the prosecutor would be required to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecutor could not do that, the matter would be dismissed. At that trial, you'd have the right to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, that silence could not be used against you. On the other hand, if you wanted to testify, you could. You'd have the right to have the court subpoena or order witnesses on your own behalf to be present, and you'd have the right to have you or an attorney ask questions of witnesses against you. You understand your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you be hiring
Yeah, I'm
your
not
own
really
attorney
much
or
of a
seeking a
chest
court-appointed attorney?
It's just fun.
Court appointed at this moment.
All right, Mr. Brown, have you had a chance to interview Mr. Stockwell?
I have, Your Honor. He would qualify. It is my understanding he has another case pending with Mr. Trush as well.
All right. Okay, thank you. Then as to bond, Mr. Fenton?
I forget what his other case is. I'm glad Mr. Brown reminded me of that. But in addition, Judge, he's on.
Habit, addiction, something like that. I just have to point out with this clip, I had to do some editing with, I think that's the prosecutor. Yeah, the one that's speaking right now. I had to separate every time he talks from every time anyone else is talking, and I had to reduce his volume down to 50%. I was sleepy when I was starting to edit this clip, and I was kind of getting a little dozy. And all of a sudden, like, this thunderous boom came through my speakers and literally like shocked me awake. It was startling. So his audio is reduced by 50%, and the rest of everything is 100%. So keep that in mind. I love y'all. I didn't want to blow anybody's eardrums out. That dude was loud.
Felony probation for another drug case. That's a possession. He has a prior delivery from 2017. The possession that he's on probation for was just in 2022. There's numerous counts here, and he has another case pending. So due to his ongoing criminality and alleged criminality, we're asking for at least a $5,000 cash surety bond. And the fact that he's on probation is not an exonerating factor. Mr. Brown raises that a lot, that he's already subject to supervision, but obviously and apparently has not been conducting himself according to the law while he's been on probation. And I'm sure that there will be probation violation charges in circuit court.
All right, thank you, Mr.
This
Brown.
all happened
Hold
before.
on.
This
Sir,
all happened.
Sir, yeah, okay, and
Sorry.
let your attorney speak, and then I'll give you the chance. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Your Honor, I had the opportunity to speak with him. He is local. He's currently employed. He does need to get back to work if at all possible. He's supposed to be there today. Hopefully they will hold his job. He does have, I believe, a 6-year-old child that he takes care of. I think that he has custody of that child. Again, he advised me that for whatever reason, I don't know how this case came about. I don't know if he was arrested, if there was a warrant issued, or what happened. But he advised me that he turned himself in to the jail on this particular matter. So this was not necessarily an arrest, but once he found out there was a warrant out there, he voluntarily turned himself in. So I think the court should take those things into consideration when setting a bond.
All right, sir, is there anything you wanted to say? Don't tell me about what did or did not happen, but go ahead.
Yeah, this all happened before I was on probation. So I shouldn't have any probation violations coming down. I did speak to Doug DeLeo, my probation officer, ahead of time to let him know that I was going to be turning myself in. I'm really hoping to get a PR bond. I have a kid. I've made it to all my court dates. I plan on coming to all of those things and facing the music.
You have a kid? Well, stop doing psilocybin mushrooms. Just a thought. Stop selling drugs that you were caught with. Thinking outside the box here.
When I need to. It's just really important that I get back out and get back into work. And I'm there for my son as much as I can be right now, because his mom abandoned him and I'm the only one he's got.
Besides your son, who lives with you? Anybody?
Nope.
Who's taking care of your son right now?
He's with my mother.
Where do you work?
Domino's.
I'll stream till
How
either
long have
I
you
drop
resided
or
in
the internet
Otsego
goes
County
out.
area?
Since 1998.
Do you have any information that would, one of two things, either contradict his statement that he turned himself in, or that he was in fact not on probation yet when these alleged offenses occurred? And I guess the third thing, any indication that he has not appeared in court when ordered to do so?
As far as when he turned himself in, I can't address that. I have no contradiction to that, or whether he turned himself in. I'm looking, he's got several cases in the system, so it's going to take me a minute. The possession, I'm just looking for the dates on the possession case. I have that pulled up now. And he was sentenced Looks like in July of 23. So he wouldn't have been on probation. He would have been on bond pending that case when these cases came to pass. As far as whether he's ever failed to appear, I'd have to scroll through and see if I have anything on that.
When, is there another case that is pending in circuit court?
Yeah, it was in district, when I charged it a few weeks ago, and it's assault, strangulation, I believe, and domestic violence, I believe.
Okay, all right, it's up in circuit now, all right. It's not up in circuit, I've just been advised, it's
I
apparently.
think it's
still
pending
in-
an exam still, so it's before you.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Mr. Fenton, anything further?
I don't have any indication that he's failed to appear on the possession case. That's the only one I had pulled up.
Sure, okay. Mr. Brown, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going, is he then eligible for a 10% bond, Mr. Fenton? If the indication was that these did not occur, the alleged offenses did not occur while he was on probation?
But they did occur when he was on bond, and that's the situation where you cannot have 10%.
Did that, sir, when were you
50%,
arrested
y'all.
for the offense that you are currently on probation for?
I was sentenced to go to jail. I think it was,
But when were you arrested? When did you first appear before a judge on that case?
The possession case?
The one he's on probation for?
Yeah, that's the possession. I can tell you that. It'll just take me a minute.
Okay,
Bet you
He
can.
was arraigned December 19th of 2022. And he got a 5,000 PR bond.
these offenses as alleged, once again, obviously still entitled to a trial, but if they occurred, would have occurred while after he was arrested, but prior to sentencing.
Right.
All right, sir, your bond conditions would include that you not consume or possess alcohol or drugs that are not prescribed for you, that you report to community corrections, and that of course you appear in court when you're supposed to. I'm going to set a $1,000 cash or surety bond. And this will be
so that means I
scheduled.
need to.
You need
That
to
means
come
I
up
need
with
to come up with $1,000.
G4.
Right, the request was 5,000, your request was personal recognizance, I think, given the seriousness. Well, how much bond did you post, if any, on the district court, the case that's in district court? Or is that a
One
PR?
was, no, I haven't got any PR bonds yet on this. One was 10,000 and one was 5,000, I believe.
10%?
No.
Yeah, no, I had to go through a Bill's bondsman. I don't think I got 10% on any of those.
10,000, 10% or just state. All right, I've been advised there 10,000 cash or surety. These events obviously predated that event, but I think a $1,000 cash or surety is appropriate. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
That's what the court has said. We'll probably set this for a hearing the same time as your other case is, since it's in front of me. Is that next coming up?
9th.
Then, all right, that's on November 9th. So that would be a week from today. We'll be back here in court on this matter, as we're also in court on the other matter. Okay. thank
November
you.
9th?
Yeah, you'll get that notice. All right. Officer, we need Mr. Pettiford.
All right, sir.
Oh, dag nabbit. Hold on, I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong button.
Pettiford,
Yes, sir.
you are here for an extradition matter from Florida. You have certain rights. You're entitled to a hearing, at which point the prosecution would have to show that the conditions that would allow for extradition have been met, specifically that they're looking for you and that you committed or are alleged to have committed an extraditable offense and that you are the person in question, you have certain rights. As I said, the right to that hearing, you have the right to an attorney if you wanted one but could not afford one, the court would appoint one for you. Would you be requesting a
Casey's
court-appointed
gas
attorney
station.
at this point?
Yes.
All right, do you have a matter in front of me right now?
Guys, maybe I could answer some of these questions. I think he's already had a matter here. He was here on supervision through the Interstate Compact on this charge from Florida. And he picked up a new crime here, a child abuse case, which was subsequently resolved. He was plea bargained down to a child abuse fourth, pled guilty and was sentenced. Now they want him back for a probation violation in Florida. And I have documents that indicate he waived the right to extradition as part of his agreement to come here and be supervised here on his probation. So I have a
I'll bring
picture
her
of him.
back.
I also have, it's him, obviously. And I also have in the extradition documents from the judge saying no bond. They don't want him to have any bond. So I think if he's not willing to waive extradition consistent with what he's already signed, we might just be entitled to a summary proceeding where you can look at these documents and just order him to go based on his prior agreement to waive extradition.
I don't remember that as some recollection of the case, but he pled in front of me on the child abuse case, correct?
I'm not sure. I didn't check that.
Yes.
Yeah, I've
Okay.
been, that's what he's saying, and that's what our records would state. Are you on probation, sir? For that?
I was on probation out of Petoskey, and then I have just got unsuccessfully discharged from Petoskey, and then I came back here to finish out. You gave me 150 days, so that's what I'm here for.
So you're serving that 150-day sentence at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
When does that end?
December 8th.
All right. I think with that, bond becomes kind of a moot question. Excuse me. We can come back here on the 9th and hopefully get some resolution. Did you have an attorney?
Richard Trush.
Okay, all right. And Mr. Brown, I apologize if I asked you this already. Does he qualify for an attorney? I'm somewhat assuming he does.
Yes, he does, Your Honor. And he did inform me he was under sentence and that Mr. Trush was his attorney on a prior matter.
I assume that how the office works, that Mr. Trush would represent him in this as well. But
pretty much. Honestly, if he already signed a waiver pursuant to him coming here to do his probation, it should be a relatively simple procedure here. And if he's under sentence, I think the court does have some time and it's not going to prejudice him. He can get in contact with Mr. Trush.
right, well, I will set this matter for a hearing on the 9th, a week from today. I'm not going to set a bond in this case, so it will be held in this case. But
Didn't know that.
as well as apparently on the other case. And we'll see where things stand. Mr. Fenton, perhaps you and Mr. Trush, whom I'm assuming will be appointed to represent him, can have a discussion and see where things stand. I do not recall a waiver of extradition in that, but it may have occurred, or it may have occurred in the Petoskey case too.
No, it's in his Florida case, Judge. So he was here being supervised prior to him committing any of these crimes as a courtesy supervision for Florida on another offense.
All right.
And as a result of his convictions here, that constitutes a probation violation. So they want him back there to be sentenced as a part of the agreement that they would allow him to be supervised here. He signed a document waiving his right to any extradition.
All right. Well, we'll see how things stand. You'll remain incarcerated. You'll still continue to serve your time. I'm not sure how the extradition would work in relationship to completing the sentence here. That's a bridge we can cross later. So we'll be back here on the 9th at 1:30. Hold on just a second.
Can I please amend that then?
No, I'm not, no bond. And but I will not post or will not set a bond in this matter.
Thank you,
Right,
Judge.
counsel, anything further we can do in this case?
No, I'll speak to Mr. Trush, and once he gets the documents, I'm pretty convinced that there'll be a waiver.
Okay, all right, so Mr. Pettiford, we'll see you in a week.
Okay.
And I'm sure your attorney will be talking to you between now and then. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, guys. It takes a minute for me to get my cursor all the way over to the buttons that they need to be on. Because I'm, not quick about it at first. You got to be quick about it. Oh, who knows the commercial? Tell me. Oh, this was another one. Let's see. Which one do I want to do? I think I want to do this one.
Nicholas Xavier Jimenez. All right, is that your true and correct name? All right, so we have case numbers CR 2023-3386. You are charged with possession of a firearm by a person previously convicted of a felony and ammunition by a person prohibited from owning a firearm. Those two are felonies, and you have circumstances and aggravation, which is an enhancement. Then we have CR 2017-963, driving on a suspended license. That's a misdemeanor. CR 2017-2495, that's an FTA. CR 2017-4761, driving on a suspended license, which is a misdemeanor, and driving an unregistered vehicle, which is an infraction. And then CR 2017-6164, which is a misdemeanor. In these cases, you are entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you can't afford one, the court will appoint the public defender. Would you like me to appoint a public defender? All right, the court appoints a public defender.
Yes, on behalf of Mr. Jimenez, I'll receive a complaint in 23-3386, misdemeanor complaint in 17-0963, the misdemeanor complaint in 17-2495.
That's so cool.
The misdemeanor complaint in 17-4761 and 17-6164. And for those misdemeanors, no plea will be entered at this time. We will be filing a demur on the Cerna grounds on the felony offense, which seems to be the only pending matter. It is a low-level felony. I don't know if a pretrial services report has been prepared for Mr. Jimenez. I would ask the court to consider his release.
I do see an SOR report in the new case, the CR 2023-3386.
Okay, I see it now. Can I have a minute, Your Honor?
Of course.
The attorney's trying to help.
Okay, it does appear that the probation department is not recommending OR, mainly because they have not been able to contact the complaining witness. He ranks as a 4 on the ORAS report, which is moderately bad. He's had no real supervision at all, and he would benefit from the probation department's services while on supervised OR. So I would ask that you consider to release him at this time.
The people?
Few hours.
One moment, please. The people are opposed to his release on OR at this time. The defendant was just convicted of a Penal Code 29800 felon in possession of a firearm in Sacramento on July 12th of 2021. So he was on felony probation at the time he committed this offense. This offense did not just involve him being in possession of a firearm, but he was seen through an open door holding a loaded rifle when the officers showed up to investigate a potential domestic violence incident. And a very, very dangerous situation when officers arrive and he's holding a loaded weapon in his hands. Also of concern is the fact that he has another firearm that's registered to him that he apparently purchased in, according to this SOR report, in 2018, but he doesn't know where it is. So the people are concerned for public safety.
All right, anything else from the defense?
Only that it was a verbal argument. There was nothing physical. He had the weapon for the purposes of protecting him from his girlfriend's family should they arrive. He did not point it at anyone. He complied with the officer's commands, did everything that they wanted him to do, and was not acting as a threat to anybody.
All right, thank you.
So much love.
Having heard from counsel and having reviewed the SOR report, and the fact that he is a felon, he's not supposed to have firearms or ammunition. He knows this. In this particular situation, the SOR report does say that the safety on the rifle was turned off and there was a round in the chamber. So I'm not sure what would have happened had they shown up, and that's very, very dangerous given the emotional situation. So the court will set bail. I believe the schedule is 10,000. So the court will set bail at 10,000, finding that public safety is an issue here, and no lesser amount of bail or non-financial conditions would protect the safety of this girlfriend's family or perhaps anyone else. All right, so time
will not be waived.
waived.
We have it set within the statutory time period.
Got it. All right, so the 10th court day is November 17th. The 60th day is
early.
January 2nd. The court will put this in Department 7 for all purposes, and we'll have a preliminary hearing on November 17th at 9 a.m. For pre-hearing and 1:30 for evidence.
Are we just putting the misdemeanors on for an arraignment or?
For the assigned attorney to enter a demur under a CERNA.
Okay, so those will be on for a certain demur. Same date. The bail for the misdemeanors will go at schedule. That's 1,000. Just, but not in the FDA cases. I'm not going to put bail in the FDA cases, or just the 963 and the 4761.
For whatever you do, do not call your girlfriend, because the phones are tapped. Anything you do or say will be used against you. And in Yolo County, they do listen to those phone calls. So just don't call her. All right. Senator Roth will probably be out to see you early next week.
I know that was real quiet, but that being that quiet was still me isolating their conversation and increasing the volume to 200%. Yeah, he's like, whatever you do, do not call your girlfriend when you get out of here. They monitor those calls. Don't do it. I just thought that was real cute.
You can bail out. The bail's at 10,000, so you and probably a total of 15,000 considering all the misdemeanors. So it's like that's about 1,500. Okay.
All right, Next,
It
we
is, but it
have
smells bad in the summer.
Michael Ray
Not gonna lie.
Clutson Baker, case number CR 2023-3387. Unlawful to possess paraphernalia, which is a misdemeanor, CR 2023-3388. Unlawful to possess paraphernalia. It's a misdemeanor, CR 2023-2879 on 4. It was scheduled for a pretrial conference in Department 7, and then CS 2023-0042 on for admit or deny violation of community supervision also was scheduled to be held in Department 7. I see you have the Yolo County Public Defender in those other 2 cases. Would you like me to appoint the Yolo County Public Defender for the new case?
Yes.
All right, can I have appearances for the record?
Combo for the people.
David Muller, on behalf of Mr. Clutson Baker, is present in custody. And on behalf of Mr. Clutson Baker, now received the misdemeanor complaint in case 23-3387, 23-3388, and the declaration revoking his PRCS in 23-42. I've had an opportunity to speak with both Mr. Clutson Baker as well as the people. Mr. Clutson Baker is prepared to admit to the violation for his PRCS with understanding that he received a sanction of 180 days. My understanding is that the people will be dismissing the 2 misdemeanor cases in the interest of justice in light of his admission. And further, Mr. Clutson Baker would be requesting some kind of addiction services while he's in custody, and that should a bed become available, his time will be stayed, and he'll be released an SOR to be able to attend that program. But should he walk away from the program or fail it, then the remaining time will be opposed.
That is the agreement of the people, except the people are going to move to dismiss 3 cases, not 2. Those cases are 23-3387, which is an 11-364, case 23-3388, which is a 11-364, and case 23-2879, which is a 14-601.2 of the prior.
All right.
And Your Honor, we do not need SOR on this. Should he go to a residential treatment bed, he'd be subject to his conditions of his PRCS. We just need the ability to transport him should a bed become available and he chooses to go to
Thank you
that.
so much for coming out.
All
I
right.
really
All right,
appreciate
Mr. Clutson
it. It
Baker,
was so good to have you.
you are entitled to have a formal hearing on the alleged violation and trial on the misdemeanors, at which time
That's
the
where
district
this
attorney
one's
would be
at.
required to
It's
present
a different
evidence of
room
the
than
alleged
usual.
violation and prove the misdemeanors occur. You have the right to appear and present evidence on your own behalf. You have you may request the court to issue subpoenas for any witnesses or other evidence you may want to present. You have the right to see and hear witnesses who testify against you and have your attorney question all those witnesses. You would have the right to testify if you chose to do so. However, you can't be forced to testify. You would have the right to disclosure of evidence that the district attorney intended to use against you. Do you understand all these rights? And do you wish to admit? All right, so the terms of the agreement
Chickens.
would be you would have 180 days in custody. The misdemeanor cases, the 3 misdemeanor cases would be dismissed in light of the admission. If a bed becomes available at a residential treatment, you would be transported by probation to the residential treatment facility. You would have to abide by the terms of your post-release community supervision. And if you leave the residential treatment facility, the time would be reinstated. Do you understand all of that? All right. And you admit that you are in violation. All right. So the court accepts the defendant's admission. I find that it's freely and voluntarily made with an understanding of the nature and the consequences thereof. The defendant knowingly, intelligently, understandingly, and expressly waives his constitutional rights. And based upon your admission, the court finds you in violation of your PRCS. PRCS will be reinstated with the conditions stated earlier. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, and the misdemeanor cases are dismissed. Yes. Which case? Yes, the court would exonerate the bond in CS 2023-0042. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Gonna take the intern potty.
All right, Robert Lamar McGinnis. Is that your true and correct name? McInnes, thank you.
I think this is the one that's super fun at the end of it.
Okay, thank you. All right, so your case number CS 2023-0098. We're here for an arraignment on a violation of supervision, which is a felony. You're entitled to an attorney. Would you like me to appoint an attorney? All right, the court will appoint the public defender.
There's some things real quick. I was released from jail after I broke my back in jail because medical proper equipment I was supposed to have. I had to sit myself in continence for 4 days, and then another which therefore found out that I broke my back, and I got a herniated disc in my lower lumbar, and a herniated disc a little bit above that, so bending and twisting and walking was kind of out of it. When I was released from jail, I was released to AMR to take me out to the hospital. I went to the hospital.
Okay.
I got out of the wheelchair. Tuesday,
Yeah, we'll be off the record.
had no way to get it around anywhere because all my stuff that was stolen in the public defender's office was a couple of the bus passes. And all that stuff was stolen while I was sleeping because I had to sleep on the streets. I left an email for the probation office notifying them of my situation and of my physical situation also. And I left them an alternate contact number for them to contact me and told them where I was at so they could come help me. And they never made no contact via email, via my ex-wife's phone number. They never came out to see me. They never came out to help get me. And then I ended up getting COVID from a couple of people that were at a camp, and the people that were walking around Sacramento be handing out those rapid test things. And I had 2 of them held just in case for this purpose right here.
Let me stop you.
Yes.
Let me have you talk to your attorney, and then we can move forward. All right.
Right now, the probation department recommending it. It sounds like you have a right to report to the probation department. My suggestion that we set it for a hearing in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that would probably help. Thank you.
No, this was filed. Okay. You were released on October 5th. They filed this petition on October 10th. You were supposed to report to the probation department.
And that's when I sent them. And then they took.
Okay.
I checked in. I couldn't call, but I was able to. A long email explaining which they have.
Okay, I think that what we should do is just send your matter upstairs, set it for a hearing, and then but we're not going to be able to get you out today.
There's this Extradition program. It's Sacramento. Program where they do residential or they. Have a residence.
Okay, it sounds like we need to have a hearing, okay? It sounds like we need to have a hearing on this. Well, the point is to save you 120 days. Yeah, that's why we'll set it for a hearing.
Hey, look, ma'am, I'm gonna gonna have to have a Marsden motion immediately. He's just trying to push me to go for 120 days. I'm not gonna.
I'm not pushing you for 120 days, Mr. Messinas. What I'm saying that is that from what you're telling me, you are requesting a hearing for your PRCS violation. We will not be able to try your case today.
You're argumentative, you're not willing to hear what I have to say, and if you're not gonna be willing to work with me and hear what I have to say, and you're just gonna work with the DA and try to push 120 days on me, there's no point in you being my attorney.
So I've heard what he said, and he is appointed as your attorney. And he has heard what you've said as well, that you do not want to admit the violation and do 120 days. So the next process is, and we'll do it quickly, is we get this upstairs where your lawyer can present evidence that would show proof that there is no violation. So let your lawyer do what he's very good at doing. So
I was asking him that there is a program that will come here to pick me up.
and he will talk to you about that. So what I'm going to do for today, because this is an arraignment, so I'm going to stop you now. Don't talk while I'm talking. Don't talk while I'm talking. All right, so we're going to set this for an admit deny hearing in Department 9. And let's do it fairly quickly. Can we get it done? Let's see, Department 9. So that'd have to be the week of the 13th because the other week's a trial week. Can we do it the 15th or 16th?
We can do a contested hearing on the 16th.
Okay. So he's making a denial today, so we'll do a contested hearing on the 16th at 9 a.m. in Department 9.
And as far as I have a program that's in Sacramento, and willing to come straight to jail and pick me up and put me in a place since probation here doesn't seem to be. Despite my numerous requests, I think it's called the Extradition program. They'll pick me up, they'll put me in a residential.
We would need to have.
They'll be able to have my dog, my physical impairments that I have now, plus my mental health, all at the same time.
Mr. Messinas, we would need to have some proof or evidence of that. Otherwise,
I do have proof and evidence. All you gotta do is call them and ask them.
He will, yeah.
I would
we'll get it
ask
done.
for 50,000 bill.
Okay.
I'd ask for no more than 10,000. Mr. Messinas is homeless. He has back issues. He broke his back. He has a herniated disc.
Court will set
He's
bail.
not going to be a flight risk.
Yeah, he is not a flight risk. He's indicating he's willing to do treatment, and so the court would set the bail below schedule at 10,000, given the fact that he would not be able to afford the schedule. And we have that hearing coming up. All right, then we have People versus Gabriel. I'm not sure I'm going to say this right, but Hanana Zoe, is that right? Hananiah. Okay, is that your true and correct name?
Gabriel Hananiah Zoe.
Thank you. So, all right, CR 2019-3763. We're here today for charge of a violation of probation. You would be entitled to an attorney in this case. It looks like you have been appointed, I think, the Yolo County Public Defender already in this case, and this case was assigned to Department 7. And we're trying to get the hearing done. Is that correct, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll just get this back up in 7.
Okay.
Excuse me. I would like to add that I was in a program, I was in a victory outreach, so there was like, we're not allowed to use phones, and that was a requirement of my probation last time, so I never got to call and let anyone know, but I was actually in there for about a month and a half, and I was released because I was going to go to the one in South Sacramento. And during that time, while I was waiting for a bed to open up, I was pulled over, and I wasn't doing anything, but I was just pulled over, and they just asked my name. I told them my name, and I had a yellow warrant, but I wasn't breaking any laws. But I was actually in the program, and I was getting back. I just wanted to let that be known to the court.
All right, so we'll get you back on calendar.
It's gonna be a
Let's-
contested violation of probation.
Yes. Department 7. It's 2 weeks enough time?
Yes, can we do the 16th?
We'll do the 16th, 9 a.m. Any custody.
I would ask that bail be set at 30,000.
And that's what Mr. Zoe be released on his own recognizance. This is a 2019 case and his probation may very well be close to being over.
He has been in failure to appear status since June.
I would also like to add that there were some things that were never presented in court that, because my last public defender quit, so there was some information that would have made almost everything that kept me in jail disregarded, because like they was never turned into courts, and all of a sudden I was looking for Emily Fisher and she wasn't here anymore. So all that, everything we did was down the drain, so I had to start over. So I would like to ask if I'd be able to be released and bring in some of this information, or if I could work with my,
Counsel, does he have a place to stay?
Not that we're aware of. Nicole Gauthier for probation. This
Okay.
case has been in revoked status since March 22nd, 2021. In addition to that, there was amended VOP that happened on May 11th, 2023. With that being said, the supervision status, we were going to ask the court to extend it. However, if it's going on to a contested, we can ask them.
Okay. So it is going on. And with this case is with the acknowledgement that it's been on revoked status since 2021. And there's been an amendment to the violation in May. And it looks like at that hearing, let's see. So he was present, and given the date of the new hearing, which he did not attend. So the court will set bail at 20,000. Due to the fact that there's numerous failures to appear, and there's no lesser amount of bail or supervised OR that we could impose that would get him to come to court and finish this case.
We'll also be out early next week to see you. I'm not gonna be able to get you out today. Yeah, bail set, I believe at 20,000. Maybe it's 30.
20.
Your bail's at 20,000. Okay, well, this is about as good as we're gonna be able to do, all right? Bail set at 20,000.
Thanks. Mr. Barnes, are you there on Zoom?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, are you able to give us a visual, Mr. Barnes?
I'm trying to. I don't know how to work this thing that well.
Start the video.
That work? Okay, here we go.
There you are. Hello.
Hello, thank you.
All right. Sure. So this is about that allegation of neg driving from July 25th. And he asked for a contested hearing. And that's what we're doing today. So did you have a chance to look at whatever law enforcement may have filed? I don't know if they filed anything.
No, ma'am, I'm not understanding what that is.
Okay.
I never got a ticket here in Oregon. I'm from Dallas, Texas. This is my first ticket. I've been here 20 years, so I haven't had a ticket
You're
before.
in Texas right now.
No, I said I'm from Texas,
Oh.
but this is my first ticket in Oregon in 20 years. I haven't had a ticket in
We're
Oregon.
in Washington, actually, not Oregon.
Yeah, but
We'll
that's
get
why.
you. It's not the same. Okay, well, let's
Right,
figure
right.
this out. So what you've asked for and is a contested hearing, and there might be some options here for you. But
I am so sorry that took so long, guys. I had to take Ava potty. I had to potty. Billy was trying to get out. Oh my goodness. I need to figure something out with that boy. He tries to escape out that back door, and I'm afraid I don't want him out at night because he fights. And he fights hard. And I'm not just worried about him. I am worried about that poor little black and golden kitty that he beats up. he's kind of a bully to that poor little thing. But he's protective of his mama. He is. Billy is my baby. Yeah, Earl had the zoomies earlier. I left the mic on. I stayed as quiet as I could. And he was and all over the room here. It was so funny. I wished that I had a camera on the back of my laptop that I could have turned on and had you guys see him. He was like, it was almost like he was chasing a laser pointer that wasn't there. So, yeah, it was adorable. And that guy, oh my goodness. So all of the, my phone just fell. Oh, well. Yeah, all the cases earlier, I had to do a lot of editing with the audio because they were interesting. And I really wanted you guys to be able to see them. But that first guy would have blown your eardrums out. And then that last guy, he was just so quiet until he exploded. And so I had to have you guys see that. So I cut, right at the end of one person's talking and snipped that spot out and increased or decreased the audio. And it was a lot of fun. It was something I hadn't done with much of the clips before. I've done it a couple times, but not much. So yeah, Billy was the one on my laptop earlier in the picture. That's Billy OT. That is the love of my life. That is my baby. He is the best. I love him so much. But even though he's fixed, he still demands to be outside. And he's he's so mean about it if he doesn't get his way. And yeah, he's just strutting in here right now. Like he owns the place. I pay the mortgage, you fluffy little jerk. No. But yeah, okay. Sorry guys. Yeah, and YouTube has this thing. If you don't do commentary, it's why no one puts these videos up without having graphics jumping all over the screen or something that Earl, stop that now. Don't. Earl, stop it. Right now. No. I will. Okay, he stopped. So, yeah, you can't just post the clip. If you do, then you don't have a channel. YouTube takes it away. So, yeah, it's a lot of work, but I love it. I really do. I absolutely love making the clips, but more than that, I love putting them out here with all of you guys. Like spending time with you guys is the best part of it. So that's why I do it. Yes, I am Billy's person. Billy OT is my baby. I am his mama. Yes. Oh yeah. And she's so funny. She was scared to go out the front door. Billy was guarding the back door because the second that door opens, he is out, gone. You can call him. You can him, you can whatever. Unless you have a can of food, he is gone. And if it's anything but what he likes, yeah, just count him up for a couple hours. But yeah. Oh. Yeah, I love you guys. I really do. That's the best part of my night is hanging out with you guys. I'm a big some dog person. I love dogs. I do. I really do love dogs. But as far as what I personally want to own, I want something small ish, like not Chihuahua small. They're actually mean. They're vicious. I like something small-ish. And I don't want something that smells so bad. Ava's so sweet and cute, and I love her, but dang, she smells. She does. I love her, but she smells like dog. But she is sweet. She is such a little, she's a ham. She's so funny. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm kind of allergic to cats too. So is my daughter. We take allergy meds because I'll be damned if we don't have our cats. Some are. I've seen it. It happens. It's very rare, but it happens. I have friends that are absolutely in love with them. I'm gonna give me all the cats kind of person. Oh my gosh. If I ever became rich, there would be like 15 cats with the best forever home in the world. My dream in life would be to have a house that is made for cats with like the shelf that runs along the ceiling about, yay far down, just big enough for a cat. And it would have a little like scratchy mat that goes the entire run of the rail. And then in between rooms, there would be little cat doors that they could go through from one room to another, and it leads out to another railing. There would be like a tree cut in half the long way that would go up the longest wall of the house for cats to climb. I would have a catio, an outdoor catio where they could go out and bask in the sun, and it would be all screened in with some kind of screen they couldn't destroy. I would have exhaust fans in the closets where their litter boxes were, so the smell would just funnel out of the house. I have planned it for years. There would be a window that leads out to a tree that would have a bridge, and then at the end of the bridge, and it'd be a screened-in bridge, and at the end of the bridge, there'd be a cat tree house, and yeah, I love them. I love them, and I want to give them a good home, but I limit myself. I limit myself to just the two right now because that's all I can manage, because no one else is changing the litter box. No one else is scooping the poop. No one else is feeding them. So financially, I can't do it having more. And also physically, I can't have more because I'm the one that does all the care. So, but they're so worth it. I mean, come on, seriously. Look at this face. Look at this face. This is the bestest. This is the bestest face in the whole world. Yeah. This is the bestest boy. He's so perfect. I love him. Okay, I'm gonna put the clip back on. There are some really good ones in here. I actually clipped out all of the boring ones. So, oh, I'm sorry, Jody. I love you though.
Were you listening? I don't know if I thought you were there when I was speechifying, but
Yes, ma'am. I heard everything. I'm a criminal justice
okay.
major. So I heard everything.
Yeah, we can't do the deferral. You did a good job in Pierce County and got that dismissed, but I can't grant another one yet. So we're here to
For having
contested
my
hearing.
call.
So
My other baby.
the police report is what I would
Trying to
review,
eat
and
very large
I
bird of prey.
hope that folks would look at that before court so you know what I'm looking at. You didn't have a chance to do that?
No, ma'am, because I have an explanation that I don't know what that is because he stated that I
Well,
was stealing.
slow down. Maybe I can kind of paraphrase it. So let me see what there is presented. If there's not enough, there's not enough. But then I'll put you under oath and we'll take it from there. So, all right. So I'm looking at what we call an electronic citation here from Trooper York. I believe it is. Penalty of perjury was signed off on that same day, July 25th of 2023. So let me look at this.
Much love, Patrick B.
Okay, so York states that you were both on I-5 southbound near milepost 100 when this began. Speed limit was 70 miles per hour, moderately heavy traffic. Observed you in lane 2 of 3 into lane, observed you changed from lane 2 of 3 into lane 3 of 3. Once there, quickly accelerated. There were no other vehicles in front of you. The officer says changed lanes, got directly behind you. The officer says he was doing 100 in order to catch up, and you were still pulling away. The officer estimated the top speed at approximately 110 in the 70 mile per hour zone in moderately heavy traffic. Then when you met, he states that you said, quote, "There is no way this does 110 on a 3-wheeled motorcycle," and admitted to recently buying it, admitted to driving well over the speed limit. So that's what Trooper York signs off on his affidavit. So let me put you under oath and I can hear from you. So raise your right hand if you would, Mr. Barnes. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's your side of all this?
So he was exactly right about me driving. I had just got my motorcycle out of the shop. Can you hear me pretty well?
I can hear you.
Okay. So I got my motorcycle out of the shop. I had some issues with my back tire, and I was coming from Seattle back to Oregon. And I don't know if my speedometer was off or whatever the case may be, but it doesn't go that fast, what he was trying to state. So he said I was going like 120 or whatever the case may be. And I'm like,
110, he estimated 110.
Yeah, but I'm like, so where's the neglect part, driving at second degree? I wasn't like, I don't speed. Like I said before, I don't get tickets. And if I did, I would just go ahead and take the ticket, but I wasn't speeding at all. So I never admitted to me speeding. My speedometer read 73, right around 72, 73. I don't know if it was off. I had just gotten out the shop. It was a brand new motorcycle. It's a 3-wheel motorcycle. And it doesn't go over 100 miles an hour. So it wasn't even broken in yet. And like I said before, I mean, I'm in the hiring process for the sheriff department here in Oregon. So
is that a thing? Breaking in a motorcycle like before it can go super fast? Like, Sparky, where are you? Please, you have to answer that for me. Yeah, he means a trike for sure, Emily. Absolutely. 3 wheels, that's a trike. But I've never. It's not a pair of shoes. It's a freaking engine-powered vehicle. Like, it doesn't need to be broken in. Explain that to me. It is a thing. It is a thing. Seriously. I have never heard that before. Oh, I've never had anything new in my life, so I've never had to break anything in. That's crazy. Wow, y'all taught me something. Thank you. See? Here I was thinking he was just making shit up. I've never heard somebody say they had to break in their vehicle, like, other than, breaking a window because they locked their keys inside or something. Oh. Thank you, Becky D. Wow. I am astonished. See, this is why I have y'all. We get some deep conversations around here, man. Yep. I told you, we're in the hard-hitting cases. Wow, well, thank you very much, you guys. See, I always love learning. And that is something I would have never known had it not been for you guys. You guys are the best. So I'm going to hit play again. So I guess this guy is not as silly as I thought he was at first. Still think he's a little silly on something, and you'll know exactly what I mean.
If I done something wrong, I'm gonna admit to it. So I wasn't speeding, like, especially not going 100 miles an hour. And he doesn't go that fast.
So after this ticket, did you maybe go in and say, hey, when I think I'm going 73, how fast does my speedometer tell me? Did you have it checked out? I mean,
Well, it was kind of off because I got a new tire on the back. It's a 3-wheel, 2 wheels in the front, 1 in the back. It's fairly new. So I got some work done on my back tire, and I don't know if it was off. I mean, I got a lot of recalls on it. I barely ride it. And like I said before, I was picking it up from the shop. And like when I saw him behind me, I immediately got over. I didn't do anything reckless or neglect anything or to that nature. And
well, right, you're not charged with reckless. Yeah.
Negligence.
Reckless is a different thing.
Yeah, but we talked, and he was pretty nice, and like I carry, and like I said before, like I'm a respectful guy. I'm got a criminal justice degree and master's in criminology, and I'm in the hiring process for the sheriff department.
He said he's got a master's in criminal justice, but yet he didn't know the difference between reckless and negligent.
Now, if I did something wrong, I'm going to admit to it. But he was a little frustrated when he pulled me over, so I don't know if he was having a bad day. But we talked about it, and I said, if I was speeding, sir, I would gladly take the ticket and be done with it. But for even just to be guesstimating on how fast I was going, that's not the correct way of doing things. Because he didn't clock me going.
Let's talk about negligent driving the second degree. What the statute says is I have to find not constitutional. Negligent driving the first degree is a different crime. This is the second degree, that you operate a motor vehicle in a manner that is both negligent and endangered, or is likely likely to endanger any person or property. And so the allegations here is an estimate by a trooper. Let's see.
Yeah,
And I would need more. So the estimate, I hope you don't lose the opportunity down there in Oregon, but I would need more. I was looking back to the affidavit. The trooper needed to give me training and experience within this affidavit for me to accept the estimation, because there isn't a speed measuring device. But I gotta tell you, I believe a motorcycle, having been on three-wheel motorcycles, can go pretty darn fast. But I don't have the experience and training detailed here by the officer to help me understand that he is in fact trained to estimate speed. So I can't accept that estimate. But I gotta tell you, just be careful, because I don't want, that's kind of things that get you dead. So don't do that. All right. So I find what I'm saying here is I don't have sufficient evidence to find you guilty of the neg 2. So
Things that
not
get you
guilty,
dead.
committed the neg 2. So that ends the hearing. It's not committed. Just be careful.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay. That's
All
it
right.
for today.
All right.
Did y'all catch when she asked him if he had taken it in to make sure the speedometer was accurate? And he said, well, there was a problem with the speedometer. That it was off, but it just wasn't off in the way that the officer claimed that it was off. It was kind of the, yeah, I know, that was my favorite line. That's kind of the things that get you dead. Oh, I loved that. I don't think he did. I don't think he did, but okay, so Tim, please enlighten us. If it's not a trike, what is it? Okay, I thought 3 wheels was a trike. I know typically that's 1 in the front and 2 in the back, but Can-Am Spider. Okay, you called it that before, but I personally thought that was just the brand name, like Kleenex makes tissues. So all Kleenex are tissues, but not all tissues are Kleenex, kind of thing, All right, so is it always a Can-Am Spider if it has 2 wheels in the front and 1 in the back? Or do other brands make that? Also known as reverse strikes, apparently. See? You guys are amazing. I love this. I absolutely love this. All right. Thank you. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Tim. 2 rear wheels with a single front wheel as a trike. Yeah, that's what I said. See, we are getting just so much neat info that I've never known. You guys are awesome. Tech Kitty, I don't know. Would Tech Kitty know this? But Tech Kitty he is chillaxing over there. I got to get a mattress. All I have is the box spring. But at least I have that for now. He's just relaxing. He's comfy. And then Billy O.T., he's on this pillow next to me in a tote. Had a tote of my daughter's stuff, and I just threw a pillow on top of it for Billy O.T. Okay. I love you guys so much. I know okay. This is not law talk with Mike. We're allowed to learn here. I encourage learning. of many, many topics. I can teach you some things. I can't teach you all the law shit that he knows. I can teach you some pretty cool shit, like how to make fudge without all that graininess in there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stop I'll stop learning just for you guys for now.
All right, so long.
And I love you.
Ms. Warner, there you are. So I see that you wanted a continuance.
Well, I'm not sure if I need one for certain. I have a
real lawyer
case in Lewis
so.
County that I'm going to be, that my court case is on the 7th. And I
Okay.
was seeking a deferral, I believe is what I was going to ask for, because I think that I'm guilty no matter what, because I did hit the person on the bicycle. But
not till tonight.
I don't want to just cancel, like get the deferment and then go to court for that. And then it would just, wouldn't that just cancel the deferral?
Well, no, it's after the day you enter the deferral. You have to be good after the day you enter the deferral going forward. And if you're worried about Lewis County, that happened before.
So it doesn't
that
matter.
would not. So it's after today.
Okay, so if I have court on the 7th and I'm found guilty, then would that matter?
It would not cause the deferral to be revoked. No, you would still have the deferral.
Okay, then I guess I can do this today.
Okay, so, all right, so Ms. Warner, you're on Zoom. So what I'm going to have you do is get a hold of the district court. Actually, it might work out for you, but no later than December 2nd, you get here into the district court, either come in, call, live chat on our website and arrange that deferral.
Oh, I can't can't do it over this call?
I can't do it for you. I can't take your money. I can't do it. No. So can't do it. You can call back. You can call the district court clerks who are sitting in the office waiting and give them a call and can organize your deferral that way. But I can't do it on Zoom while I'm in the midst of many, many hearings here.
Oh, I thought,
Yeah.
okay. So this is just
So
if I was contesting it. Am I correct?
Right. Yeah. If you wanted
And if I contest it, can I still defer it or not?
No, we get that figured out first so that I don't make any findings that you did anything wrong. I don't look at the police report. I don't do any of that. So what do you want to do? Do you want to do a deferral today? Do you want to get it? You ask for a continuance. We could set it after Lewis County, whatever you want to do.
Could I do that so that I can just figure this? I haven't had a chance to even view it online, the documents, or the laws.
Yeah, you really should look at things. So we've got a mailing address.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll mail you notice in the next court date and you take it from there. All right?
Okay, thank you.
Sure. All right. So long.
Bye.
Mr. Stannard? There you are. Why don't you come on up to the table there? I was looking for you. So Mr. Stannard, you asked for a mitigation hearing. It's all about that insurance ticket and something from April, the failing to stop. And were you able to get the insurance or?
Yes, I was, but I haven't I hadn't able to forward a copy to you because the building here won't let me.
Do you have
get
it on your
online.
phone?
I have pictures of it online.
Well, let's
On
have a
phone.
look. Did you have it at the time?
No,
Okay, so you got it afterwards though.
no, I got this yesterday.
Perfect, just in time.
So
You can just get me to it. As big as you can. All right.
that shows a bus policy and then this one.
Okay,
So there's
that's what
paper.
I need to. Hold on, Robert. And you are good until, perfect. Okay, stay right here. We'll deal with all this together. So, all right, so let's see what we can do. Just wondering if you can do it. Were you interested in the deferral?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that now that you've got the insurance. So we'll just defer the whole thing. And we're gonna give you a form and then you can stop at the front counter and make the arrangements there. And then drive well for 6 months, we'll get it dismissed.
All right.
All right. Oh, Mr. Stannard, it's at 130 Stannard. And so my clerk will give you that form and great. I'm glad you got that taken care of.
So I had to interrupt you to take over.
I know, it's
I'll keep
awfully
you back.
expensive. They'll keep track of you. Just as, yeah. Okay, Mr. Welsh, why don't you come on up to the table there and we'll try again.
All right.
And Trooper, if you could, there you are. All right, so we're here about that, and we gave you a copy of the information that you're welcome that was filed. And when you have this, the officer subpoenaed, I don't look at the police report. We just listen to the officer and to you. And so this is all about an allegation that you're driving the second degree from August 9th. And I'm gonna put the trooper under oath, hear all that, and then I'll turn to you.
All right.
Okay, so Trooper Hayes, you could raise your right hand with me. You swear affirm the information you'll give the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, whoops, we lost you.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Sorry
you're
about
back. All right, so I'm looking at RCW 46525 and Trooper, and I will give you an opportunity to ask questions after I ask questions too. So Trooper Hayes, maybe you can give me your training experience in the arena of traffic patrol and NEG 2.
Yes, Your Honor. Washington State Trooper, was trained at the Washington State Patrol Academy in Shelton with I guess Trooper Basic Class 108. And that was so I've got about 6 years of experience, and during that time, my primary duties have been traffic enforcement. So I received approximately 9 months of training total at our State Patrol Academy, and then 6 years of experience being assigned to traffic enforcement primarily.
All right, maybe you can tell me about what it is that brought you in touch with Mr. Welsh on August 9th.
Yes, Your Honor. So August 9th, I was conducting uniform patrol of my assigned area within Thurston County. I was patrolling eastbound on Tumwater Boulevard, approaching the roundabout with New Market Street.
She has a very pick your battles kind of attitude about it, and she just doesn't really pick that battle. It's to her, it's not really an issue. She's dealing with minor traffic offenses and people who don't understand how the deferral process works, and just fines and stuff like that. So she's got a huge docket, and she just doesn't really want to argue about a hat. I have a lot of respect for her, though. Yeah, she lets court decorum slip on the attire aspect, but she's very fair, very fair. And if you don't understand something, she will take the time to explain it. I really do appreciate this judge.
Observed a subject vehicle, which was a commercial vehicle. It was in lane 1 of 2, just east of the roundabout. And something that brought my attention to it is I observed a white SUV go around it at a high rate. And then I observed the commercial vehicle rapidly accelerate, follow this SUV
This guy.
at approximately 10 feet, perform a lane change to continue following this SUV. And this SUV made a turn on Clearwater Drive, which has like a concrete barrier there to kind of control traffic. So this SUV performs a U-turn there, attempting to get away from this commercial vehicle. The commercial vehicle drives over the concrete barrier, nearly hits this vehicle, and ends up blocking traffic for westbound Tumwater Boulevard, by the time I turned on my lights and got everything stopped.
Let me ask you, before you go further, let me ask a couple of questions, clarify. So you say a commercial vehicle, what does that mean?
So we're talking a semi-truck with a trailer, if I remember right, it was a box truck type.
Okay, and then you were saying rapidly accelerate. What does that mean? What was the speed limit there? What did you think?
So it's a 35 mile per hour zone. And just, I didn't get a speed estimate off of it, but just the driving was, I mean, it seemed like this truck was attempting to stop this SUV and was, weaving through traffic, following too close and then attempting to cut it off. Driving.
We call
in
that
my
road
opinion,
rage,
in
sir.
completely inappropriate way.
Okay, so
putting it,
weaving through traffic. Can you describe that?
So this commercial vehicle started off in the right lane. It performed a lane change to get around traffic to continue following this SUV, and then attempting to perform a U-turn in an area where that truck would not be able to perform it, driving over concrete dividers between eastbound and westbound lanes.
Okay, and so that's when westbound traffic was blocked by the semi-truck?
Yes.
Was the semi-truck stuck there or just momentarily blocking traffic?
Just momentarily. So the SUV that I initially saw that performed that U-turn in what appeared to be trying to get away from this truck was able to make that U-turn, but because this commercial vehicle does not have a turning radius that would allow it to do that, I turned on my lights and it continued on to Clearwater Drive instead of making that U-turn back onto Water Boulevard.
And you mentioned that over the concrete barrier. Can you describe the concrete barrier?
Yes. So there is it's basically a yellow painted curb that comes into the median for a left turn lane or a U-turn at Clearwater. And there's, concrete, I guess a concrete divider that makes it so that it's only accessible for eastbound traffic and not westbound traffic. So there, most of Tumwater Boulevard has a large, either a grass median or that concrete yellow, divider, curb divider. And so this commercial vehicle essentially had to drive over this concrete divider while it was attempting to make this turn.
And it divides what from what?
So the specific spot where he drove over, it divides the left turn lane for eastbound Tumwater Boulevard. So eastbound Tumwater Boulevard, left turn to Clearwater, and then the westbound of Tumwater Boulevard.
Right. And then you said, I believe I nearly hit the SUV. Can you
Yes.
explain that?
So when this SUV made this this left turn, I guess this U-turn, it appeared to me again that he was trying to stop this SUV or trying to do something to this SUV. So this SUV makes a U-turn and he immediately turns, driving over the median, in what appeared to be an attempt to either stop the SUV, block it, or I'm not exactly sure what his intents were, but it nearly striking this SUV before it continued westbound, leaving the scene.
So nearly striking where, what parts were nearly striking?
So the front of the commercial vehicle, the truck portion, would have struck the left side of the SUV.
And then was this area a U-turn area?
So you are able to perform a U-turn there, but it's not,
I mean, to be fair, the truck driver was kind of being a douche. Road raging hard. Like, he could have handled that so much better. Perhaps just ignored the guy. He claims the guy hit his semi, but they couldn't find any damage. He claims he found a very, very small dent later, but I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think there'd be sufficient room for a commercial vehicle to make a turn like that.
And when you noticed that the semi was blocking westbound traffic momentarily, how did that get resolved? How did he not block it?
So I activated my lights and gave the driver instruction to, pull over, and he continued, instead of, I guess, performing a U-turn, he just continued on to Clearwater Drive and came to a stop there.
All right, so anything else, Trooper?
No, so I did contact the driver. So on contact, he said that the driver of the SUV hit his vehicle and flipped him off. We both inspected his vehicle. We didn't see any indication that there had been a collision. I did identify him with a Washington State driver's license with matching, photo, physical description. And I did cite him for negligent driving for, operating a vehicle in a manner that was likely to cause an accident, driving over concrete barriers, and in what appeared to be a maneuver to try to stop another vehicle.
And what, at this time, let's see, what time of day was this was going on?
Let me look back at my notes. It was approximately 11:02 hours.
And do you remember kind of the lighting, the weather?
If I remember right, let me see if I have anything on my notes. I don't exactly recall the weather, but it was, daylight out, moderate traffic. I mean, it's kind of a commercial, commercial residential 35-mile-an-hour zone with, businesses and the port of Olympia right there. So the airport.
Okay. All right. Let me ask Mr. Welch, you have any questions of the trooper?
Not yet. I wanted to say my piece first.
Well,
Can I do it
now's
afterwards?
the
No?
time to
Okay.
ask the trooper
Why,
question.
when you seen that guy go over the roundabout and then hit the medium curb and drive up, why didn't you turn on your lights then? Why did you let that guy causing an accident do that and not turn on your lights until after we came to a stop? Then you turn on your lights?
Let him answer the question.
Okay, so happy to answer that question. Initially, when I saw
Objection,
both
run
vehicles,
on question.
obviously there's
Compound question, but
something going on
run
that
on.
drew my attention to it. Both were not driving good, and initially I had intended to stop the SUV, but while I was trying to catch up, to put my patrol car in an area to stop the vehicle, that commercial vehicle was driving so dangerously that I felt that I had to stop that that driving behavior right now. So it quickly became what I felt was the most dangerous vehicle at that time.
Any other questions of the trooper?
Why, when you turned on your lights and that guy took off like a bat out of hell next to you, why didn't you chase him down instead of giving me a ticket because I can't get out of there?
So the reason I stopped your driving specifically is because at that time it was the most dangerous thing to the rest of the motoring public, and because I have to focus on your driving behavior, I'm not able to stop that other vehicle. Certainly, if you had not driven in the manner that you had driven, I would have happily stopped that SUV, which is what I had intended to do originally. But your driving became so dangerous, I had no choice but to stop the driving behavior.
Any other questions?
No, I'm done.
Okay. Anything else, Trooper, before I turn to Mr. Welch?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so Mr. Welch, want to raise your right hand, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, tell me your side of this.
All right, so I go through, I'm a commercial driver. I have a tractor trailer. And I go through roundabouts all the time. As a matter of fact, this particular roundabout, I go through 4 times a week. So the way I do it, because of the swing of the trailer, I'm in the right-hand lane coming up to the thing. I slow way down. I let all the traffic pass me. I turn on my turn signal, and then I cradle between the 2 lanes. That way, when I go through the roundabout, I'm taking up the whole roundabout, yes. And the reason I do that is because of the swing of the trailer. And because of the swing of the trailer, I spend a lot of time in my rear view mirror making sure that that trailer is where I want it to be going through there. And this particular time, I don't know how many times I've been through roundabouts. I have never seen anything like this in my entire life. This guy drove up between it's about a 3-foot tall area where there's plants, and then there's like a brick area, and then the road. And he went up onto that brick area trying to pass me or something. Now I'm in the middle of the roundabout, so he's right next to my trailer, and I'm coming over into the left-hand lane so that I can get my trailer over. And so I'm going, so now, and he jumps up onto the curb.
Oh, I thought I was muted. I'm sorry, guys. So here's the thing. I believe him and the trooper. Both things can be true. CJ caught it right there that you were the biggest threat on the road. Doesn't mean that the other guy wasn't in the wrong as well, but you can't pull over both of them. I mean, one of them's gonna get away. And if you were being that big of a road raging jackass, you're the one that's gonna get the ticket.
There's the medium there. Now it has plants and bark and all that. And so I'm looking at my rearview mirror, I can't believe this guy. So then, but now as soon as my rear tires pass the curb on the right-hand lane, I'm able to dive over and get out of everybody's way. I do this all the time. That's what I do to make sure that everybody's, and this guy drives up the side of me. I'm driving along now. I'm not paying attention to him anymore. I do this all the time. It wasn't like, I did anything wrong. And all of a sudden, it was like a bomb went off in my truck. My heart just exploded through my chest. I don't know how or what, but he hit my door. And it was like, and my head was in a drum, but I wasn't expecting it. And it literally, it scared the crap out of me. And my adrenaline went through the roof. I admit that. Yes, absolutely. And I looked down, and here's this guy looking up at me, flipping me off. And I said, pull over. And he laughs, and he gets into he's on the left-hand lane, he gets into the turn lane. So I'm fine. So I get over in the turn lane, because there's no way that he could have pulled over on that particular road. It goes road and sidewalk. There's nowhere to pull over. So I'm thinking he's turning down this street so I can look at my door and see what damage he did. We're going around the corner, and as soon as he got where his vehicle is basically in the sidewalk, he stops. And so I have no choice, but I have to stop now. And like 30, 50 feet away, the line of cars coming, and they all stop because they're wondering what's going on. I can't go anywhere. Yes, I did jump that curb because it's a sharp turn right there for me. It's not designed to go down that narrow of a road. And then the Officer Hayes turns on his lights. And as soon as he turns on his lights, the guy does a Yui, flips me off, and takes off down the road. So I pull on forward just to get out of the road and pull over right there. And then he writes me a ticket because I made a left-hand turn. I'm the victim here. You should have went after that guy trying to cause an accident. I don't know what that guy was thinking, but I got the ticket.
So how long, you've been doing this a while? How long you been driving a truck like that?
I've had my license for 10 years, roughly.
Long time.
Long time.
And 4 times a week you are in
I go
this
through
area.
that particular one.
Okay.
And it's not, and they do it the exact same way every single time. You kind of have to. And I'm not the only truck driver that does that. We all kind of do that so that because of the swing of the trailer, you know. And again, I slow down. I give everybody the opportunity to get out of there. It's not like I just pull over because the way that he mentioned, it sounds like I'm just riding in the center of both lanes for no purpose. No, the purpose is so I don't hit anything going through that roundabout. But I give everybody the opportunity to get past me. And I honestly don't know where that guy came from. I don't know if he came from the other side of the roundabout, you know, making a turn there or whatever. But the street that he's talking about, the curb he's talking about, is this tall and it's this wide. It's just a concrete stretch of, I'm gonna guess 30 feet long. Well, my truck ain't gonna make that turn, you know what I mean? But I was just pulling over because to look at my door. And so I get out of my truck and I'm looking at my door and no, initially I didn't see anything, but there is a little dent in it. I don't know what he hit my door with. It literally sounded like a bomb going off in my truck. Scared the living daylights out of me. And then he drove off. He don't even remember anything about it. He's probably sitting home right now. I mean, yeah,
Well,
here we are.
there's one trooper and 2 vehicles, so trooper has to make a choice. I understand that's. what
I
his
get
choice
that, but
was. Yeah.
why didn't he turn on his lights when and I asked him, I go, did you not see him going through the roundabout when he did? He goes, yeah, I seen him. I was gonna give him a ticket for that. And I go, well, did you see him go over the median? Yeah, I see him do that. I said, did you see him race up the side of my truck and hit my truck? No, I didn't see that. Well, why would I all of a sudden want to get over in the far left-hand lane and make a turn behind this guy? Something happened. And what happened was this guy hit my truck. And no, there was like a little tiny dent. I don't know what he hit it with. He had to have thrown something at it.
So were you continuing on in wherever you were going, or you changed direction to?
I
find
changed
the-
directions
okay.
because he was supposed to, I assumed he was pulling over so that we could look at my door
Okay.
I didn't know that he was going to stop in the middle of the intersection, you know, in the middle of the crosswalk there. He just barely, because it's 2 lane, he just barely got over those 2 lanes and then stopped. And then, so I'm turning and I'm stuck now. There's nothing I could do. I can't back up. I'm stuck right there. And then the officer, which I didn't even know was even out there, all of a sudden I see in my mirror, the lights are flashing. Well, oh, great. And then he does a Yui, takes off.
So did you do a Yui?
He did a Yui.
No,
I wasn't
you
doing
did.
Yui. I was turning going down that street. I can't do a Yui on a 2-lane road. There's no way. I was just making a left-hand turn because I thought we were pulling over so I could see what dent was in my door and see.
I do really like this guy's laugh talk. Like as he's telling this story, that laugh in his voice is very charming.
Change information, but that's not what happened.
And all right. So the testimony I heard 35 mile per hour zone, accelerating.
Yeah, my truck don't
rapidly,
accelerate
slow down,
fast.
weaving through traffic. Talk to me about all that.
I don't know what, there was no traffic. I had plenty of room to pull over and to get into the left-hand lane. And as soon as you get over the left-hand lane, you can automatically get into the turn lane because there's no one there. And then the car is coming towards us were way down there. Matter of fact, when I stopped and they stopped, they had to have been at least 30 feet away from us. I mean, it wasn't like they slammed on their brakes or smoking tires or anything. They had plenty of time to stop.
They being the SUV.
No,
No.
them being the oncoming traffic, because I was stuck. I had crossed the road. And I didn't expect this guy to stop there.
Mhm.
And I had one of two choices, either stop or I got to push him. Well, I'm not going to push him. So I stopped, right? And then the oncoming traffic, they see me. And of course, they have plenty of time to stop. They had 30, 30, maybe even 50 feet, but at least 30 feet between my truck and where they stopped. And it wasn't like they slammed on their brakes or,
Right. And do you remember what the traffic was like from your perspective?
It was fairly light, for that time of day. I'm not saying there was nobody there. When I slowed down, if I remember correctly, there was maybe 6 cars went by me, to give you an idea, before I moved over into the center lane. So, not no one, but it wasn't heavy traffic. It wasn't like, I-5 at a traffic jam. It was, yeah. And the cars that came towards me and on the oncoming and stopped, there was only 4. So to give you an idea of how much traffic there was.
So
And it was it was a sunny day. It was the middle of the afternoon, nice warm sunny day. There was no.
If I have any other questions, I'm just looking at our CBA 46-61525 as to what negligent means. The failure to exercise ordinary care, doing of some act that is a reasonably careful person would not do under the same or similar circumstances, or the failure to do something that a reasonably careful person would do under the same or similar circumstances. That's what negligent is. So I'm just reviewing what I've heard here and reviewing the laws it fits. All right. So on Tumwater Boulevard, before you made that turn, so when was it that the SUV became a problem to you on Tumwater Boulevard when he turned?
I just noticed it going through the roundabout and hitting and driving over the island. That had nothing to do with me.
Mm-hmm.
What affected me was when he hit my truck.
And that was not on Tumwater Boulevard, or was it on Tumwater Boulevard?
I think that's Tumwater Boulevard. I don't really know the name of the street, but that's the name. Yeah, it's the same one at the roundabout. As soon as I went through the roundabout, and my trailer was still in the right-hand lane, the back end of it, and I spun around and I swooped on over, so my truck was in the right-hand lane. I'm driving down the road, my day, going down, looking for my next light that I got to turn right on. As far as traffic was concerned, I quit looking in the mirror because I had done everything. Everything was clear. I'm good to go. Just drive down the road. And then and that was probably part of it, is if I would have seen this guy racing up on me, and I'm saying he had to be racing up because I was doing 35. But when he hit that door, that big door was like it's like a bomb. It literally sounded like a bomb, but at least a drum. He hit it hard, and it just.
And this was after the roundabout?
Yes, this was after the roundabout. I'm just driving down the road now, minding my own business, and all of a sudden, this guy hits my door. And again, I can't see the door. I'm driving, right? So I'm like, pull, and he flips me off. He's doing this through a sunroof, right? Flipping me off. I'm like, pull over. And so he gets in the left-hand turn lane to make the turn down that road. So I followed over there, and then we're going through the
was there any traffic in front of you that you had to get around?
No.
Nobody was in front of you?
No.
Between you and the white SUV?
No, because I had already let everybody go by me, right, before I went through that roundabout. And as a semi, I kind of drove through that roundabout kind of slow. There was nobody in front of me.
So do you think you accelerated to catch up to him or not?
No,
Okay,
no. All I did was, when I seen him, I said, pull over, and he got in the left-hand lane, and then I got in the left-hand lane, and then I got in the turn lane, and I followed him through the turn. And then again, as soon as he got on the other side of that, just off the road in the crosswalk, he stopped. And I'm stuck.
and then what happened after you were stuck?
So, as soon as I stopped, Officer Hayes turned on his lights. As soon as he turned on his lights, the guy flipped a U on that other street. I don't know the name of it. Turned to the right on the other road with the roundabout and took off. And then he was gone. And so I pulled forward and pulled over. I didn't do anything crazy. I just pulled off the road and I pulled over into an area which there's really no good place to pull over there. There's sidewalks everywhere there, but I pulled over the best I could to get out of the main flow of traffic. And then Officer Hayes.
So then you met, all
Yep.
right. So, all right, trying to see if I have any other questions here. So anything else, Officer Hayes, from what we've heard here?
No, nothing else. I mean, don't get me wrong, that other vehicle, the SUV, that was certainly not appropriate driving behavior. And if if Mr. Welsh had not driven the way he had driven, I would much rather have contacted that SUV. But the way he was driving after that SUV, I had to stop it immediately. Because it was not safe. So.
So, Mr. Welsh, then, and Trooper Hayes, from all this information, I'm thinking I'm not going to find this committed. I do see what the trooper was doing. He's the only one there, and what he's seeing and understanding from driving patterns. But I don't find by a preponderance negligent driving, which is a pretty high standard. And I appreciate that the officer did intervene. And I don't think you can hold it against him for dealing with you not being able to deal with both of you, obviously. There's only one of him, but the standard for negligent driving is pretty high, and I don't find that that's been met to a preponderance. So this is found not committed, Mr. Welsh, and that's it for today.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Hayes, or Trooper Hayes, for taking your time today.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because I'm a commercial truck driver and I have to give this to my employer, is there anything that I could get that says that I was not
We're reporting it directly electronically to DOL that it's not committed. And
to
so,
them? Okay, so
yeah,
they'll get it.
they'll get it.
Okay, thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Okay. So, Mr. Billmeyer, why don't you come on up? Mr. Billmeyer, do you know which direction you want to go today? Do you have any questions about your options?
Yeah. I'm gonna admit to the seatbelt ticket.
Okay,
I'd like to lower that because I've been out without work for 3.5 months and I just started. But
okay.
the no driver's license, that's what I'm contesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at that myself. It looks like it was issued January of 2023.
Yeah,
This
and
was
then
August.
I got, so.
Yeah. So let me put you under oath real quick and see before you even say anything. But the seatbelt ticket, we can get that reduced. But let me put you under oath and hear a little bit more about your licensing. So you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
First, let me look at what the police report is saying, if anything, about that issue, and see if you even have to say anything. So, and I'm also looking to the abstracted driving record, which is our connection to
I
Department
have
of licensing.
that as well.
Yeah. Do you have something from DOL
Yep,
then?
I
Letter
actually
or
do.
something? Okay,
So,
from that kind of details that August 18th timeframe?
This
Or-
is gonna go from September 2011 to November 22. The fact that I was working at the Redwood Casino
Mhm.
a while ago and I had to have one for the position, so I didn't recently get one of those. But
So on August 18th, though, you had a license issued to you January of 2023.
yes, and I have my old license.
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
I have my new license, and that's where I come into the picture where I have a license. Why are you saying I don't have a license?
Just looking at the document history through that, and all right.
And then with the paperwork that he gave me on my ticket, it has my old license number on it,
Mhm.
not my new license. So that's why I'm wondering what was going on here.
Yeah. Well, I don't see any gap between that time. So I don't see that there's sufficient evidence here to support the CAD. He reviewed a computer program that gave him this information. So I don't find there's a preponderance of the evidence on count number 2. So that's found not committed. And then the seatbelt tickets, you just got a new job.
Yes, I
Great.
just recently started. Yes.
What are you doing?
I work at Costco in
Good.
Tacoma, and I also a bus monitor out in Rochester. Sorry, really, I mean,
Yeah.
that issue, but I mean, and then also on the paperwork, I'm wondering if the paperwork that he gave me, he wrote in the wrong driver's license number, because on my old driver's license, it's 5Q9 and he's got 589 on the paperwork here. So that's why I'm wondering what's going on and why that
Well,
didn't come up.
Yeah, and I found that it just isn't, I'm found not committed on that
Okay.
second one. So I'm gonna reduce as far as I can on that seatbelt ticket down to $95 and then give you an opportunity if you need to pay over time.
I'm
then
gonna
you
need to
find-
pay overtime. Yes, ma'am.
That's great. We can do that. So the next step is we're gonna give you a receipt. You'll stop at the front counter in the lobby and just make arrangements. You don't
Okay.
have to pay today, just make arrangements.
Okay,
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad you got the new job.
thank you very much.
So come on up and we'll get you on your way. Right, let's see, who was here earlier? Mr. McDonald, I think you were here quite some time ago. So, all right, why don't you come on up? You can have a seat there. So this is all about that, the speeding ticket from August.
That price on the speeding ticket blows my mind. It it is $10 here in Wisconsin. Or not speeding ticket, seatbelt ticket. If you get a seatbelt ticket in Wisconsin, it's $10, not $95. That's crazy. Excuse me. Hi, Queen Purple. Good to see you. I know you were in here earlier, sweetie. I don't know where you went or if you were just lurking, but it's good to see you again.
Third.
Yes, ma'am.
And for everybody who wanted the trucker to get off, he did. Boom. Non-committed. Even with an officer that showed up. That really, like, I was like, wow, I've never seen that before. Usually if an officer shows up, it's a guaranteed, ticket. It's going to happen. But even with the officer showing up, it still went in his favor.
And I don't think I can grant the deferral because you haven't.
I
said
haven't seen it
yes.
yet.
So feds don't let me do that. So we're here for a contested hearing. Did you have a chance to look at everything or?
61 and a 60.
Yeah. But I need to look at all the facts and see, but let me look at what the police report has to hold. Did you have a chance to look at any of that before court?
No.
No. Okay. It's always good for you to see what I'm looking at. Can we, well, I'll paraphrase it here. It's not long at all. Let's see if it, I'm looking at, you've got also I have a copy of the citation and that you got. Citation is the thing that give you the ticket. Have that. Let me look and see. So I have a report from Trooper Williams on
100.
the penalty, and let's look at this.
Your Honor, I don't deny
No,
doing,
this, oh,
I don't deny doing 61 and a 60. I just,
okay, so that's the ticket. So did you want instead for me to try and reduce that fine? I mean, that's what we're
it's
doing.
61 and a 60.
No, this guy
You know,
thinks the judge is dumb.
So I can't take
speedo error,
anything
but
from you until I put you under
Even-
oath, and I'm trying to figure out what you want to do. I'm
I
happy
want
to
to, I want to
reduce
have it
this
dropped,
one.
obviously.
Okay, so let
I mean,
me
I
look and
can't-
see what evidence there is.
I can't get it
And
deferred,
see.
obviously.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do that. That's not my choice, but, so, if you want a contested hearing, I want to give you that. If you just want me to reduce the fine, I can do that too, but what's been provided to see if it's even a, they have to meet a basic fact amount before I even have to hear from you, but. Okay, so what I'm hearing from here, commissioned law enforcement officer with state patrol since 98 is a trooper. August 3rd, here in Thurston County, driving the patrol vehicle, wearing the uniform, using the Custom Signals Inc. Pro Laser 3L1331. It's an infrared LiDAR system monitoring the speed of moving traffic, instructed and certified. He's been instructed and certified by state of Washington, the operation of the LiDAR. So trooper says, I observed the defendant traveling at a visibly high rate of speed in excess of the posted speed limit of 60 miles per hour. I placed the red dot citing reticle in the defendant's vehicle and obtained a read of 74 at a distance of 205 feet. This reading was consistent with my initial speed estimate of the defendant's vehicle at a clear and unobstructed.
The officer was being nice. The officer was trying to make it so the dude didn't have such a high ticket. The guy was hoping the judge would just see it as the 61 in a 60 or whatever it was. Yeah, I think 61 in a 60 and dismiss it. The judge is smarter than that. Thankfully.
View of the defendant's vehicle. I'm 100% certain that the LiDAR reading was obtained from the defendant's vehicle. I tested the LiDAR both internally and externally at the beginning and end of my shift, which is important. LiDAR unit passed each of the checks and was working properly at the time of the violation. And then it's signed under penalty of perjury by Trooper Williams. And then he did, you're right, ended up exercising discretion that the chief of the state patrol gives his or her troopers, and gave you a speeding ticket of 61 and a 60 instead of 74 and a 60. So that's how you ended up with the ticket.
Okay.
So when I put you under oath, and if you want to tell me anything that I should change,
Not much to say.
well, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, so why shouldn't I find 61 and a 60? No.
I mean, I don't deny that. I
Yeah.
just find it weird to have a 61 and a 60.
Well, I think that explains it better, is that the officer decided to give you that, use that discretion and give you that break rather than 14 over, 1 over, which is a lot less expensive.
Okay.
And maybe look, probably already knew who you were, because they always check us out before they get out of their car and make sure they're not dealing with some fugitive from Arkansas who's going to hurt them. So
I work with troopers every day.
there you go. Maybe, I don't know. But, and I see that you have, shoot, you haven't had a ticket in forever. So I can just treat this as a mitigation hearing and reduce this to
It is. I'm
$95. I
sorry.
think that's fair. Okay. And then
I have
we'll just
been
have
on
you
for
make
like 4
arrangements
hours,
today
you
to
know.
get that paid.
No problem.
All right.
Thank
so
you.
Reduce that and then you're on your way.
Appreciate your time, Your Honor.
Sure, come on up here and then we can give you that receipt. Get that right. McDonald's. All right, so back to the top here. Mr. Lamb, is it?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, there you are. This is about a ticket from August 18th, the allegation of wrong way.
Thank you.
Sure. And, before we even get any farther, I'm just going to tell you here that there is not sufficient evidence here. I've got notes that I would have to divine from what the officer is saying, and that's not a preponderance of the evidence of legal standards. So, Mr. Lamb, there's no evidence submitted against you, so I'm finding it not committed. And
Thank
that's
you,
it.
Your Honor. All
Sure.
right, thank you.
Be on your way. Let's see.
No, Patrick B. It wasn't 61 and a 60. It was 74 and a 60. The cop just didn't write it for 74 and a 60 because he was trying to be nice. He was trying to just give the guy a break and say, slow down. Here's a little bit of a break on the ticket, but you're still going to get a ticket. And the guy just wanted it all. he wanted the judge to just throw it all out. He was hoping the judge wouldn't notice. She noticed.
Mr. Nguyen, are you there? Trong Nguyen? Are you with us, Mr. Nguyen? Mr. Nguyen, you just need to unmute. Mr. Nguyen?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me?
Ah, there you are. Hello. You asked for a mitigation hearing. There you are. Hello. And
Hello.
we can do that. It's all about that speeding ticket from September 27th. And you have
Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Let's try and catch up with you here. So you could do a deferral if you liked on this matter. That's $150 fee and 6 months of good driving. It's dismissed. Or I can just reduce this fine and I could get this down as far as $95 for you. Do you have any questions about what you want to do or?
So how long would it stay on my record if I just get it reduced instead of
Well, it's a good question. I mean, I get to see things, law enforcement gets to see things from 10 years and longer. But insurance, usually when they look about 3 years, I understand, but I couldn't tell you for sure. So it's who's looking and who's has permission.
Love you.
I don't know if that helps you.
And you said that it would get dismissed in 6 months if I don't have any violation or infractions?
Right, from today forward.
Okay, so there's one other thing. I'm already under a deferral prosecution for a violation 5 years ago. That's almost going to be taken care of in a few months here. So do I still qualify for that?
Right. The deferred prosecution is a whole nother animal. That's as to criminal cases. This is a deferral when you talk about just a speeding ticket.
Okay. I would like to take care of that today.
Okay. Well, all right. So deferral, since you're not here with me in court, I'm just going to ask you to call the court or live chat on the website, or you can stop in to make arrangements for that deferral. And then you'll make arrangements to pay the $150 and just drive carefully. But I'll give you 30 days to get that figured out with the clerks. All right. So be sure to contact the district court no later than December 2nd to make arrangements for that deferral.
Okay. And then with this speeding ticket already, the insurance company has probably already been notified, huh? So my rates will probably go up.
We don't tell insurance companies anything, and we don't send things out to them. I don't know. I could never tell you what insurance will do, and so I don't know.
So maybe if I just stick with my insurance right now, you think everything will be okay? That's only if they. All right.
I don't know insurance. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know
Thank you. No
criminal
problem.
and tickets. All right. So just by December 2nd, get a hold of the court and good driving.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's see, Mr. Landy, are you out there in Zoom land?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There you are. Hi.
Hear me?
I can hear you. So this is all about your tabs. Were you able to get those figured out?
Actually, this is about my son. Ryan Scott
Oh,
is my son, and he was issued the ticket. And yes, it is about the tabs.
I am thinking you didn't look as young as you should. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. So this one, well, actually, all right, yeah. So your son, let's be sure about this. Who got the ticket? So what's your date of birth?
1/19/1975.
Okay. Well, you got cited with the ticket
because I'm the registered owner.
Okay. Huh. Let me just kind of look at this.
And you're happy about your.
Hey guys, I'm really super sorry. I am going to go off camera for a few minutes. I know I've done that quite a bit because I had to take Ava potty and I had to go potty, and then Earl was tearing the joint up and I had to get him. So yeah, I know I've gone off camera quite a bit, but I really need to go take my medicine. So I will be back very soon. Please don't burn the place down. That's all I ask. I love you, and I will be back. I just got to go take my meds.
Attorney and the vehicle. treated well.
Well, actually, Mr. Landy, this will be more easily solved. So you asked for a contested hearing. There's no evidence presented to the court by the prosecution or law enforcement. So I find it not committed for lack of evidence. You don't have to say anything against yourself until that's established. So that's
I
it.
seriously love
So
you.
the PADS
I
issue
do.
is found not committed, and we'll report that to DOL because they didn't give me any evidence.
For the record, I do have current tabs for it. So
Good.
it's taken care of. It was taken care of right away.
Good.
So
All right, that's an even better result.
yeah.
All right.
And so
And then you'll deal with your son. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Have a good
Thanks.
day.
you too. Bye.
Okay. Let's see. I have here. Trying to figure out who's in court. So next, Mr. Lindstrom, I think you're on Zoom.
I wish ibuprofen did it for me.
There you are. Hi, Mr.
Oh, this
Lindstrom.
guy's
Hello.
fun. Buckle up,
So
guys.
we're
Have
here
it.
about a speeding
Enjoy
ticket
it.
from August 11th, and looks like you'd qualify for a deferral if you're interested. You asked for a contested hearing, wondering where we're headed. Did
Are
you
you sure
receive
that I qualify
discovery?
for deferral?
Yeah, looks like you received discovery as well.
I
No?
did, I received, yes, I received some discovery, yes.
Okay. All right, but you do qualify for the deferral. We could get this dismissed in 6 months if you're interested. Do you have any questions about that?
Are you sure about that?
Have you had a deferral in the last 7 years? I can relook.
I had one with Lacey, I believe.
Hmm.
It was like 3 or 4 years ago. I just wanted to make, I mean, you're saying I do qualify, but I just
I
wanted to
don't
make,
see it. It's good to tell on yourself, but I
right?
don't see it.
I mean, I do have some concerns about the police report and, and such. So, I mean, I guess I could.
It's up to you.
But
yeah, you do qualify.
Okay. I think I want to move forward with the contested hearing.
Okay, so let me see what's been provided, if anything. And you've gotten the discovery then?
Yes.
Let's see, what did you receive in discovery?
I received a copy of the citation, and it looks like I didn't discover this until today, but I was able to read it. A copy of the report from the officer on the back of the citation, or at least on the back of the citation, the copy that I got.
Okay,
So
it's
a total of 3
yeah,
pages.
it ends up being 3. It's an electronic citation. Okay, so you got what I've got. I want to be sure that you've got the same. All right, well, let me have a look at this.
I did not receive any certification on the radar machine or any report or any history on the radar reports, and there's nothing identified in the report about that.
All right, so do you have a motion? Before I start looking at facts, do you have some sort of motion you want me to consider?
No.
Okay. All right, so all of that information, this is a civil case, it's not a criminal case, and since it's a civil case, you know, it's a little different. If you wanted to look into all that information, then you would have needed to go get that for yourself. The testing, the quality assurance, the certification of the speed measuring device, all of that.
Right, but as part of my request for discovery, that was part of my request was to get a
Okay, let me
to
go
get a
back
copy
to
of
your
that.
request.
Let me.
Okay, so all you got was the electronic citation.
Correct.
And
Yeah,
you made that-
copy of the speedometer certification as well. I did not receive,
Okay,
or a copy of my my driving record.
all right, so some of these things, again, it's up to you to collect up and did you want to go look for that information? Because, again, it's a civil case and there's certain information that defense has to do from themselves. And I'm more than happy to give you that opportunity to go get that information from state patrol.
Under rule 3.1, or with my request for discovery, that's not required by the prosecutor or by
They
the.
responded with.
Sorry.
What they responded with. Okay, so when you look at the response, let's see. So there's an infraction rule that you're citing to requires the attorneys only to provide affidavit of infraction and any video or photographs they propose to have used. So the other documentation isn't covered under 3.1. The radar certification won't be provided, they tell you. So if you wanted to go, and then they give you the State Patrol website there at the very bottom and how to go get that information for yourself. And I'm happy to give you an opportunity to go do that. But we'd have to set another hearing. I'm happy to have you do that and see if there's something that the court should consider about this event and this speed measuring device on August 11th.
So those aren't required to be in the report.
Not supplied by the prosecutor's office. So
Even by the officer.
you can certainly go get it.
There's nothing.
The officer doesn't. Yeah, the officer doesn't provide discovery.
Right, but doesn't the officer
yeah.
have to identify his certification and the radar machine or?
So you have a motion, it sounds like. Let me divine what your motion is here. So you're saying that, what? I mean, I can't make your motions.
Okay, sorry. I'm not an attorney either, so I'm just trying to,
So kind of state it out in the way it makes sense to you. What is it that you're saying I should maybe? Co-counsel has now entered the room.
Sorry, I'm a little.
That's okay. This is Zoom. Do you need to pay attention there? I've got a couple other cases I could take.
No, it's okay. I can do it.
It's good. All right. So are you saying that I should not consider something that the officer wrote down?
Yeah. So I'm basically what I'm saying is that you should not consider the statement as it's written, based on the fact that it does not identify the officer's certification or credentials in operating or reading a radar equipment.
Okay, that's a good. I understand your motion. So now I'm looking at that report that you have for that information. Okay.
And identifies that it's checked by radar every 90 days at 30 and 60 miles per hour, but it doesn't specify any certifications that the officer has. It also doesn't give a date of when it was last maintenance or checked.
All right, so you got a couple of motions here. Let me finish up your first one.
Sorry.
So the first one, that's okay. First one is, identify radar R2524. And the officer signs under penalty of perjury here, Officer Trooper Depew or Pew. And in fact, I have been trained and certified in the operation of the radar SMD, so I can accept that. And then, but I'm looking for something else. And then your next was about when this radar was, what was your next motion?
When the radar was last checked
Okay.
or maintenance.
Well, okay, that would be information that is not necessary here. What I need here, when I look at speeding tickets, I check the radar using the internal checks and the assigned tuning forks that are listed here. Text indicated the device is functioning properly. Let me look at something else here, make sure I've got every bit that's. And check prior and after this traffic stop. So any other motion? I'm not granting those. Suppressed any evidence yet.
I mean, there's no identification that. I mean, it says that it's checked by radar every 90 days at 30 to 60, but it doesn't, it wasn't using the internal checks and assigned tuning forks.
So it sounds like you want to dig into the certification and quality assurance of the speed measuring device, and that's up to you to check into and then present to the court and say that, look, I shouldn't believe it. But from what I've got here so far, I'm allowed to consider the results of that speed measuring device. So if you want to check into that, I'm more than willing to give you another hearing date. You can do that and see if there's something that the court should suppress all this information. But not yet. So what do you want to do today? Do you want to look into that, bring it back before the court and see if there's something awry, or?
Well, we haven't started any testimony, correct?
Right. You haven't said anything. You just made motions.
Hold on, please. I'll be there in a minute.
Counsel is back.
So I can still do the deferral.
Sure.
All right, let's just go do
I
that.
can do that. Okay. All right. So
Sorry, I
just ask that you get a hold of the district court here no later than December 2nd and make arrangements for that deferral. And
Okay.
then we'll just get that dismissed.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
Let's see, Shane Weller. There you are, Mr. Weller. Come on up. Hello. So we're here about a speeding ticket from September 1st. And I always like to let everyone know you do qualify for the deferral. If you were interested in that or had questions about that, I can answer them.
Well, I had questions overall because I don't really understand most of it.
Okay, overall. So the issue is you got a ticket. The allegation is that you were going too fast and 24 miles over the limit on September 1st. Now, you got a couple of options. And one of the options is that we have this little hearing and I see, did the officer give me enough evidence to find that you violated the law or not? And if I find that you did, then you owe this fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or let me just kind of finish so you know all your options. It's okay.
I'm nervous.
This is a $227 ticket. And, I think we can get this reduced. I think you could probably get it dismissed in 6 months. You'd have to not have any other tickets in 6 months and it'd be a $150 fee. Or we could do this little trial and I decide, I find if there's evidence to find that you did this, and then I have to assess $227 when maybe there's something else to do. If the facts don't support it, then it's found not committed. You don't know anything. It doesn't go on your record. But the deferral would allow you to get it dismissed altogether in 6 months with good driving.
I understand.
You only get one of those every 7 years. So you'd be using it up for a good 7 years. But that's up to you.
I just don't really understand like what the scenario that happens and whatnot.
Okay.
Like
Why don't
if I did it and whatnot, I don't mind paying it, but
Why
I
don't
just don't think it's
you
fair.
probably didn't go look at any of the police report. Can we just print this out and then I'll take the other case? I'm gonna give you what the officer wrote down so that you can see what the officer's saying. Maybe that'll help you understand which direction to go. Stay right where you are. I'm gonna talk to everybody else here while you're doing that. We're gonna get it printed out and I will come back to you, so hang on a
Thank you.
second. So, Mr. Pearson, there you are. Why don't you find the other table there and we can get your mitigation hearing done. Are you Mr. Ramber? Are you Mr. Ramber in the back?
Giovanni.
Oh, you're Mr. Giovanni. Okay, all right. So, hi, Mr. Pearson. Thanks for your patience. You wanted a mitigation hearing about this allegation of following too closely from September 27th. Here, why don't you come on up and you can just have a seat right there and read what the officer's gonna tell me and see what you want to do from there. So back to you, Mr. Pearson. So you qualify for a deferral. You have a great looking driving record. You can do anything, or I can reduce it.
Yeah, I was looking for a reduction in the fine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get it down to $95 because such a great looking driving record as far as I possibly can.
Right.
And then we'll give you a receipt and then you stop at the front counter and make the arrangements there.
Okay.
Okay, why don't you
Thank
come
you.
on up? Thanks, Mr. Pearson.
Sorry guys, I had to really quick eat something with my meds. Yeah, so the guy before this guy, that was a fun one. And after all of that, after all of his attempted motions, he still ended up taking the deferral, which he was offered in the first place. And he was just, I call that the spaghetti defense. He was throwing everything at the wall and just hoping something would stick. This guy that is currently reading the officer's statement, he's another fun one. You guys are going to enjoy him, other than his accent, because that is glorious. Love the accent. I love accents. Oh, talk to me, please.
That's really nice. Mr. Giovanni, why don't you go on over to that table and we can talk? Thanks. Hi, sir. It's about that seatbelt ticket from October 4th, and you wanted a mitigation hearing where I could reduce the fine, but you also qualify for a deferral if you're interested.
Well, I think the fine is $145.
I think there's three,
Right.
Holly.
So, and I don't, my
That's
driving
true.
record's clean, so that's really not what I'm here
Okay,
to mitigate, I guess, because I can't deny that I didn't have my seatbelt on when the state trooper pulled me over. However, the vehicle that I was driving was my mother's car. It was stolen on the September 26th. and
Only
it
the
was
best for my
recovered
chat.
On September 30th at the Little Creek Casino, I went out and got it. It was the second time that it's been stolen this year. We really didn't think we'd get it back this time. My mother lives downtown at one of the senior apartment areas. So and it was trashed. It reeked of smoke. It was 3 in the morning when I was bringing it home.
Yeah, what?
And
Did I love
put
you?
it in our garage, windows down, shop backed everything out of it.
Yeah.
And then on the 4th, so a few days later, on October 4th, my grandson, I got a call from my daughter that my grandson, if I could take him to an emergency orthodontist, something calling an appliance, and a wire came loose, and he was hurting pretty bad. So it was a nice day. So I drove this car, and everything was fine. And then I went to make a left turn, Marvin Road to Martin Way, I think it is. So there's 5 lanes, and to do what you're supposed to do, you're supposed to pull into the inside lane.
Like 3 times.
And as I was doing that, the seatbelt came loose. And I don't know where the officer was, but it wasn't long after that. And I made that decision. I was 2 miles away from the orthodontist. So, and it was caught in my arm.
Yeah.
And so I explained to the officer where I was going, and the officer
I'm
was
gonna see
kind
if I
enough
can still find him.
to just say, because I had no excuse. I didn't want to get into like the conversation I'm already getting into. It was, I believe it says on the ticket, it was 4 o'clock. The orthodontist closed at 4:30. We never even left until 6:30. But so obviously I put my seatbelt on for the
Ride
remainder
home.
of the 2 miles to get to the orthodontist. But then when we left, it came loose again. I thought that maybe I hadn't pushed it in. It's not my car, but and so I just held on to it, and I couldn't get it to click in. Well, I really couldn't see the next day because it was dark. So the next day I'm looking, and I couldn't really see anything in there. I got my shop back. I hooked it up to the receiver, and my shop back was clean because of all the stuff that I already shop backed up of the drug paraphernalia and so on. And I heard something clunk. It was a dime that was in the receiver.
Yeah.
And one of the things I noticed, besides a lot of strange drug paraphernalia, I'm not familiar with what goes on, but there was an overabundance of dimes.
And so after the second thievery, I don't know why they like your Honda so much, but for your mom's Honda.
I
So,
even had a bar on the steering wheel this last time.
oh,
So
well,
now my mother, 90, now I'm driving her around it. I own the car, and the seatbelt works perfectly.
just fine now. Oh, wow. Well, let's get that reduced a
Washington?
lot. I mean, I can
My.
get that down to $95.
Okay.
And
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the YouTube streaming of their dockets was one of the reasons why they decided to go back to in-person hearings. They were both quite popular. And I know Lanice Bryant had threatened to take hers down because of the YouTube streamings getting so sensationalized, I guess is the best word for it that I can think of. Everybody and their uncle watched Judge Simpson. Almost all of the streamers streamed him. I very rarely did. I very rarely do Judge Simpson, Judge Bryant, Judge Washington, DeSanto, Webster. I mean, every once in a while I do, but they are so doggone saturated with streamers all the time. Everybody runs their cases, and I want to be different than them. I want to give you guys stuff you can't find anywhere else. And I know Thurston County is very popular. Everybody watches that sometimes, you know, but I still try to cut out, you know, the boring stuff and leave in only the interesting stuff, even if it's mildly interesting. I still spend a lot of time editing the clips to make them good for you guys, and I cut out all the dead air and stuff like that, you know, so that, because court can be really boring. There's a lot of pauses. So I don't know. Yeah, it might be a few bad actors. Absolutely. It was just, yeah. It's possible. Anything's possible. I'm still going to try to find him. I'm not going to give away what I'm doing to find the states that I'm finding. But let's just say I've successfully found a couple, and I'm working on finding more. And I'm hoping it goes well, because I want, like I said, I want to give you guys stuff you can't get anywhere else. And I really like seeking out new judges. I love you guys, and I love spending time with you, and I love hearing your commentary. I love the chats we get into, and I love the learning that happens and stuff. So yeah, I want to foster that in the best ways possible. So I love you guys. I'll tell you that 1,000 times.
And you can make
And that's
arrangements to pay it today at the front counter.
I know you hear a lot of things. Have you heard of a dime? It was.
I haven't.
It was a lucky shot
It
to
makes
get in there,
sense.
but it was, you know, anyway.
Sounds like they really, I hope you don't, well, Hondas are, I guess, easily stolen. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah.
that's
Thank you,
awful.
Your Honor.
All right, well, come on up if you would. And then, okay, Mr. Weller, let's jump back. You've had a chance to look at what happened.
I think it was the
from the point of
judges
view
that
of the
didn't
law
want to be
enforcement
on.
officer.
Yeah, of course.
And so now you know what this is all about.
I still don't understand some of this on here, so.
Okay, well, the question is, what do you want to do about it? Do you
Well,
want to challenge it, which is fine?
I kind of do, because like.
Okay, well then let me look at what was filed and then
working on it.
see if there's enough evidence or not. And it's a big ticket. I can still grant you a deferral though, and a deferral would allow you to get this dismissed in 6 months. It's $150 fee and good driving for 6 months, and then you don't come back.
Oh,
We just dismiss it. You only
Whatever
get
you
one of
think is
those.
fair, because I still don't even know like this entire scenario, and I'm just reading over this and whatnot. Lidar and whatnot. Does it like show video of Miko specifically and whatnot?
Well, all that in
I could listen to this guy talk and say nothing at all for hours. I honestly could listen to this guy talk for hours. But you will find out very soon that this particular guy, I probably could only stand about 10 minutes of him. But that accent, I could listen to his voice for hours. There we go. There we go. I could listen to his voice for hours. But this particular guy, I give it about 10 minutes and I would slap him.
information, if there's a video, it'd be up to you to go get it. Not the court to present it,
I
you know, we
understand.
wait for folks to bring us evidence.
Another thing is just like
We could set this over. You could look into that. You could look into this, if there's a speed measuring device that was used, you could look into that. You know, you can kind of investigate it yourself for a while, and then we could come back and talk about it. And you can feel a little bit more settled about what it's all about.
I prefer not to have to come back here if I don't want to. But I would like to talk about this and whatnot, because the officer didn't say anything to me at all the entire interaction.
Well, all right. So I guess I'll just review this, if that's what you want me to
Yeah,
do.
I would rather, like,
Okay,
if I
so
need to
wait
pay
on,
them
I
or not,
can't
I
take
don't care.
anything from you yet. and Let
Okay,
me
I'm
see what
sorry.
they've provided, because first, they have to provide me enough evidence to even get us over the hurdle. And then,
Okay.
if not, then it's done and found not committed. But if there is, then I'll hear from you. So I'm looking at what you're looking at, and just let me do that quietly here. All right,
Why?
so Trooper Williams provided this under penalty of perjury, and I've reviewed Trooper Williams' statement about the speeding ticket, 84 in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. Then let me put you under oath and hear your side of the speeding ticket. All right, so raise your right hand with me. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I understand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole
Yes,
truth?
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes, sorry.
that's all right. So what's your side of this ticket?
He's
What
not.
happened from your point of view?
So like, I mean, it's not really like, so I will
English
say,
or
if I
Welsh, I
deserve this and
guess.
whatnot, yeah, I'll just pay it. I'm not too worried about it. But I completely don't really understand. I was pulling onto the motorway, right? We're getting onto the motorway and I merge in. And then I merged over one more because I was going to work and whatnot. And the lad that was in front of me was driving mental and whatnot. He was driving quite fast. And on your mobile, it'll tell you if there's a speed check ahead. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna be done right there. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna sit behind him because it has happened back in England before. They've pulled me over for, and it turned out to be my brother in front of me. They pulled me over for him. So I didn't want to do that, especially here in America. So I pulled over into the 4 lane because this line's driving mental. And I passed him. I didn't really care too much of it because I didn't think I was doing wrong. And then this line pulls me over. That's why I was asking about
God,
this
someone
the
special.
door or whatever, because how is this my fault? We
The
pulled
what?
over.
All right, and so,
I pulled over for the lad, and he comes in, asks for a license registration. I give it to him. He asked about me tags and whatnot, and he asked me to grab them for him, and then he said, "No, don't worry about it," and then didn't say anything else. Comes
That was my
by
guess.
with like my
England or
affairs
Welsh.
and whatnot, or a citation. Doesn't say nothing other than like the basic that's it. And I didn't even understand what was happening. And then I'm looking at it. I had my seatbelt on. I did.
oh, he didn't cite you for a seatbelt ticket.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well, other than that, no, that's
brilliant.
bollocks. Like, that's not what happened. And
That's
then he didn't even
bollocks.
tell me what happened. So I look back on my affair and I'm looking at it. And by the time I went to say something to him about what happened, he's already gone. Like, it happened so fast. And then I thought, whatever. I get back on it, and lads already pulling over somebody else and whatnot, like immediately.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't think it's fair. If this Ladar and whatnot, because I'm pretty sure I was going like 98 kilometers.
Okay.
And that, if I need to pay this, that's fine. I just don't think that's fair. And I don't even understand why I still got pulled over. And I didn't even say nothing about it.
Okay, so I have to kind of weigh some evidence here. I have to, I've got, this is the problem. What I've got is this LiDAR, which I have to make sure before I can accept its result of 84 in a 60-mile-per-hour zone. I have to see that this trooper has been instructed and certified, which he was in the operation of this, that that it's been checked that day before and after your stop, and it passed those.
I didn't think I could love you more, Holly, but I do.
In your case, and you're the person who's identified as the driver, all of those things. And so without, and yes, they stack the deck against you because they're not going to go out there and look for speeding tickets without good equipment and make it a, so.
I don't mind paying it. I just don't understand,
Well, I think
lad didn't
it
even
sounds
say
like
nothing
he was
to me.
troubled by is the officer didn't engage with you very
Yeah, I
much.
wanted to know why. And I want to explain to him, like, why is it me and not the light in front of me? I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's
Yeah.
information I can't answer. You know, you have a good driving record. This is it here. So, you know, why don't we get this reduced somewhat? 'Cause
Yeah,
it's a
that's
lot of
fine.
money.
I don't mind paying it, but I'm mad that the officer didn't have a conversation with me, and that's why it's not fair. Like, I don't get your logic, man. If you don't mind paying it because you were in the wrong, I mean, and the whole I don't understand, and it's explained to him. Well, I don't understand, and it's explained to him. Well, I don't understand. Well, what don't you understand, my friend? Because we can't tell you any other way. The officer took the reading. That's what you were going. He got you and not the other bloke that was ahead of you. Okay. So you saw someone driving mental. Okay. Every officer on every traffic stop hears, not on every traffic stop, but on every day, I'm going to guess they at least once a day, when they pull someone over, hear, why didn't you get that other guy? He was going faster. He was weaving and you didn't see it. Well, I wasn't doing it. You should have gotten someone else. I betcha that at least once a day, every single traffic cop hears an excuse like that. This guy's no different, and he's not special for it. And yes, he sounds incredibly silly and incredibly entitled and like a petulant child. Seriously, I don't understand. I don't understand. Stop it. Just stop it. Sorry, rant over. He upset me. I love his accent so damn much, and he sounds like a dipshit. Yes. Self-entitled people don't care about the law. Yep. You're right. Okay. I should have put Holly's up first. Yep. Yep. I would fine him double. I would fine him throuble. Oop. He says that bloody limey. Okay, what's a limey? He said bullocks. He said I think he said rubbish at one point, didn't he? No. Maybe he didn't. He said some really good ones that I loved. I love the terms. Like one of them that I stole from across the pond was well chuffed. I use that all the time. I am well chuffed. I love that. I loved that. And if somebody's really annoying me, I will tell them to sod off. Yep. That's another one that I stole. Yes, thank you. Yep. Thank you. Okay, I love you guys so much.
And I'm willing to do that. And get this down. Let's see, what was it that they decided before? $227. So I'll mitigate this down $120. So $100 or more reduced, and then give you a chance to make an arrangement to get that
100.
paid. Because I find that the evidence does show that you committed this,
No,
but
that's
we'll
fine.
give you a reduction.
Will I still be able to, on my license and whatnot, they only allow me to get one for a year and whatnot at a time. But now that I am a permanent resident here, because I have dual citizenship, does that mean I could apply for the full, like when I go to get my new license? Can I have a longer license or what?
I have no idea. I
didn't
don't
know that
do
was
any
going to
kind of
happen that way.
immigration law
Oh,
nor
that's fine.
anything like that. I'm sorry.
Yes, also, my insurances will not. when I called them and whatnot, they didn't have any record of this.
Funny.
Did they even have this? Because I said
Because it hasn't been litigated yet. So of course they wouldn't have access to it. I don't know why the sound went out at this part.
I don't, I mean, we don't
It
report
just
things to insurance
did.
companies. We don't go
Sorry.
find them
Oh,
and
so
say,
I
on the
shouldn't have said
screen.
we
anything.
don't tell them.
Oh,
It's up to them to go looking and seeing and dealing with their own clients and see what they want to insure you again or not.
so I just told them myself.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
that's
because
fair.
we don't go tell people
Yeah, you
things. You know, the deferral, again, I mean, the deferral will get this dismissed in 6 months. That's up to you. I'm willing to do anything today.
Oh, I don't
really.
I don't really. It doesn't really
Alright.
matter to me. I don't
Well,
want it on my record. Preferably not. And I'll pay the whatever fee you want me to. That's fine.
Okay, well, I'm gonna reduce it down to $120 then, and then you just make that arrangement and it goes on your record. And like I say, we don't tell insurance, we don't go tell them what's happened. If they look up on their clients and decide.
Even if I'm not here for 6 months, does that matter, or do I have to be here?
No, you don't have to be here. You just don't get a ticket here in 6 months.
I know.
So if you end up traveling to the UK and you're not
It is
here, it makes it
quite
that much
possible. They have
easier
a
not
little
to get a
remote
ticket
control.
here.
I'll usually have her drive. How about that? Thank you.
All right, so here, we're gonna
All
give you a
these silly
receipt
American
and then
rules.
you'll take this to the front counter and that's it for today.
All right. Oh, there we go, you guys. We made it through. Oh, what do we have? We had a lot. It is nearly 4 a.m. I came on at 10 minutes to 11. Let that sink in. This is a full-time job with overtime. I love it though. I really do. Yeah, and even after conviction, like she said, they don't report it to the insurance company. They just put it on your record. The insurance company would have to look it up if they had a desire to do so. And sometimes they do. Like if you're going to change your policy or if you're asking for a lower rate, then they would look it up. But they're not going to just look it up out of the blue for no darn reason. I called my insurance company after I got my first and only speeding ticket. I meant to go to court for it. This was years ago. I meant to go to court for it, but I read my citation wrong and I missed my court date by 1 day. Oh well. Oh, Holly, CJ, Seattle Jen, Patrick B, Becky D, Linda Ebert, Tim, Ada. Oh, you guys, Philip Heels, you guys are all so wonderful. You really are. Hold on, I gotta take that comment down. I wish there was an easier way to do that. I accidentally leave them up sometimes. Yeah, you guys are just so cool. I love you. And I appreciate you spending time with me again. The night shift crew. You guys you make my night. So I have a lot more to edit. Oops, I bumped that. I mean, it was still good. We all want to say goodnight to Philip. I've got a lot more to edit. So, and tomorrow I'm going to try to get a couple more states. Don't forget to like and subscribe, please, if you haven't already logged off. And also, don't forget if anybody wants to support the channel, I'll put the details. I think I did put the details in the description for Cash App and Venmo and PayPal, because YouTube is a jerk to me and won't let me monetize it yet. But if you guys want to do like a super thanks or similar to what a super chat would be kind of thing, it'd be appreciated. You don't have to, though. By no means. I want you here anyways. All right, guys. I'm getting sleepy. I'm going to go try to get a little nap. Love you. Much love.